Yo, what up? We're back. Hopefully things aren't doubling up in terms of audio. And hopefully the stream is actually up. Let me check. YouTube is sort of a bitch. Yo, okay, what up? I'm scrambling a little bit here because I, got food before stream and didn't finish eating it in time. But we've sort of gotten through the main, the main intro to the game. And there's a term that Raubon brings up very, at the very tail end, right before he sends you off, that's sort of critically fucking important. And in the English, they do some nonsense for no apparent reason. Right? So, what I'm talking about is the echo, quote-unquote, right? In the English, the power that Raubon talks about is like, oh shit, you've been, you're being guided by the light of the crystal. You've got the power, you got the echo. In the Japanese, that's koeru chikara, right? Which is basically transcendence, right? The ability to go beyond a boundary, to break through a barrier, to overcome something, to surpass something. It's also just used for, like, being over something, like, going over the speed limit or being over 30. Right? But it has that meaning attached to it. And when, put next to power, it's clearly referring to the ability to, like, surpass or overcome something. So, here's a bit from 1.0. Yeah, missing one's train stop. Right, here's a bit from 1.0, where Minfilia is explaining to the Warrior of Light that the character in 1.0 exactly what their power that they localize as the echo back in 1.0 is. Here, let me crop this a little bit so I can make it bigger. I'm less prepared this time. Normally I would have already had this done, but okay. So what she's saying here is you don't need to hide it. This is a bit of an odd organization, like a strange organization. A place where those who have mysterious powers are gathered, right? Or they gather. Not are gathered, they gather. Your power is transcendence. And the interesting thing here is that she actually is using a different... it's actually a different kanji here than the one that's used in ARR Forward. It's the same word, different kanji. The difference in meaning there is that the kanji that's being used here is much more about, like, movement, right? Kind of. It's like to cross over, to pass through, to pass over, like that's, like, dictionary definitions and all of that, but it's a bit difficult to entirely explain, but there is a bit of a different feel to it than the other kanji. Right, and in the case of 1.0, that's pretty much, you're using that to see into the past, to see other people's memories. You're passing through the veil, as it were, to, see into the past, right? And so I'm assuming they just went with echo, because it's like, oh, you get to see the echoes of the past. Yeah, it's same meaning, different nuance. That's a pretty important concept. That's a pretty important concept in general for Japanese, which is whenever anybody says, like, oh, why don't you just use hiragana? Why is kanji important? This is why kanji is important. Because you have literally the same word, but different kanji give it different, nuance. Give it a little bit of different meaning. It influences the way that it's understood, right? The meaning here, if you use kanji can carry better context. It's the difference in kanji here carries a little bit of different extra meaning. And so the kanji that they're using here, I can see why they went with echo. They just went, oh, you're seeing the echoes of the past. That isn't actually what this term means, but that sounds good. Right? However, that came around to bite them, like all of the other changes that they've made have come around to bite them. Because that's not what this power means. Right? That may be all that they thought it was going to mean in 1.0. Excuse me. Gotta take a sip of water. That might be all that they thought it was going to mean in 1.0, but that's clearly not what it ended up meaning. Right? And so this kanji usage changes. If, like, I'm not expecting you to remember, but the kanji that Raoban uses is a completely different one. So, here's another example. This is technically... all of the context has been removed, so this is from later in the game, but not very, like, not that much later in the game. It's somebody else talking about koeru chikara, right? Yeah, exactly, Dak. Those are the two kanji Dak just put in chat. The first one up there in 1.0 is more about, you know, like passing over, crossing, going beyond, whereas the latter is about surpassing. There's more of a... I guess the best way to put it is that the second one implies more of an obstacle, right? Like more of an effort to surpass something that is more actively resisting, right? Like that's something that's offering some amount of resistance, kind of? It's hard to explain. I understand it, but it's difficult to describe it exactly in English. It's like, I don't know, it's like the difference between exceed and overcome. Or something along those lines. But here... this character is saying, I suppose this leaves us no choice. Let us show them the truth of what it means to transcend, right? Let us show them the true meaning of transcendence. That's koeru chikara. Yeah, the Echo in 1.0 was weird too. You didn't just get flashbacks, you went into flashbacks, and the flashbacks could see you. Again, that's, I think, why they probably went with something like Echo. They were just trying to make something that sounded snappy, right, and kind of matched their interpretation of what the power was. And then they just kept it even though the power changed. Which, again, also just is further... like, these are all just evidence points towards the idea that the English localization team is not at all like co-lead writers, because if they were, then they wouldn't have been stuck here with the term echo not making any damn sense, right? What this character is saying, like, is let's show them the true meaning of transcendence, of what it truly means to break through barriers, right? To go beyond the limits. And it's also, like, it's a fairly Final Fantasy-ass term, because that's, like, you know, that's been a thing in the storytelling of Final Fantasy games for the longest time, right? That's why there's, like, limit breaks and, you know, breaking the damage cap and all of that sort of shit. This has been a recurring central theme in Final Fantasy games, is limits of reality and then overcoming those limits. And the very next line, right? Is specifically saying, right, the power to overcome the barriers of, like, of the soul. Right? They use the same word. Koeru chikara. Right? It makes sense. They constantly do this. Whenever this power is referenced, they reference exactly what it is that the power is doing. Right? Which is like the Warrior of Light, the main character, is surpassing or exceeding their physical form and is interacting with the universe at large on a higher level, on, like, an ascended plane. Right? They go into this a lot in the game, where you know, the game is constantly referencing people surpassing their physical forms, like leaving behind their physical forms, right? You have a whole, like, the aether and the physical plane and all of that sort of stuff, and this all comes in and matters, right? And here's what they did in English. Very well, let us show these mortals the true power of the Echo. The power to break down the barriers of existence. Notice how those two things don't really line up or make much sense together. Why is an Echo breaking down barriers? It doesn't make sense. It kind of just sounds dumb. But in the Japanese, it's completely congruent. It's just... that's what the power is. Of course you would be able to do that. That's the name of the fucking power. Right? And that term is going to get brought up constantly from here on out. It's like every other fucking line from here on out is that... every other line is referencing this power in some way or another, right? Almost because it's like a core story point. Or something like that. Crazy, I know. Yes, as I was slightly rushing, that's pretty much it. Just like, the whole Echo thing, it constantly comes up, and it's really just more sort of nonsense that English speakers need to go through in order to have any of this, like, any of the plot of the game actually make sense. Because without, you know, without the repetition, and without the explicit naming convention of what the power does, you know, you're going to probably get a sort of distorted version of what, you know, the story of the game actually is. Now I need to move chat over. I am not particularly well prepared today. I was pretty fucking sick all of yesterday. Like, I woke up with a horrible headache. You know, like, full-on migraine. And so I just kind of, like... I was just kind of, like, laying down with something covering my eyes most of the day. So my usual prep work has been, not as thorough. Yo, maybe. Might have been a communal night. Might have been a communal migraine. That would be wild, but, you know. Okay, just making sure everything's set up. It was the Echo? Exactly. Absolutely. 100%. I'm switching it up. I'm gonna just be like, I'm gonna be switching around classes. Oop, it's in duty. It's weird how New Game Plus is in the duty tab. Like, that's very odd. Also, the audio is definitely low. There we go. That should be better. Let me know if, like, the game audio and stuff needs to go up and down, of course. And I'm also going to be periodically muting in order to take bites of this delicious Chick-fil-A sandwich that I didn't get to finish eating before stream started. Oh yeah, this! I forgot. Yeah, this is ancient. Right? See ya. I could have left it there for posterity, but no. Now that you pointed it out, it needs to go. I'm sorry, was that was that Lauffeldheim's baked potato? Wonderful. Wonderful. That dude's getting it. It is weird. There isn't much of a social aspect in the like day-to-day for Final Fantasy XIV, but the general player base is pretty good. There's no way to get it back? Yeah, I know. One second, let me just make sure. Okay, yeah, OCR setting is... The OCR region is set up properly. Hopefully everything is set up properly.
あら、お帰りなさい。ラウバーン局長には会えた?
Yeah, you're just saying, oh, welcome back. Did you go meet Raban? Yes.
それは本当なの?
Oh wow! You got to meet, you know, Director Raban? Like, what would be a good, like, English translation for that title? Because I don't actually know. Like, I don't know a lot of, like, military shit, so... Because it's like... Chokucho, like, Bureau Director, Office Chief, Director General? Yeah, it's not... Like, I thought it might have been. But yeah, it's odd. It's odd that it's just, like, Director General.
"ラウバーン局長の親書を同盟国へ届けることを任されただなんて."
Oh wow! I can't believe I was tasked with delivering Director Raban's letter of intent to our... Yeah. I can't believe you were tasked with sending that to the, you know, surrounding neighboring allied countries. The letter of intent, or the
あ
diplomatic
なたの
letter.
活躍がラウバーン局長にウルダ派に認められた証よ。
The success is a testament to the recognition that Director Raban has given to Ul'dah. Yeah, I mean, she's really singing his praises, saying like she is a huge. She's basically putting herself out there as a huge fangirl of Raban, and I mean, who can blame him? He's great. The dynamic between him and Nanamo is probably one of my favorite in ARR.
本当に良かった。私も自分のことのように嬉しいわ。
I'm so happy for you. I'm as happy for you as I am for me. Yeah, no. Yeah, she's saying I must be as excited as you are, right? She's saying that she's incredibly happy for us.
あなたがウルダ派を訪れてくれたことを誇りに思うわ。
Yeah, as though it was me. Yeah, that's a bit of a rough one to translate, but it's, you know, the meaning is, yeah, she's living vicariously. She's... Yeah, the meaning there is, like, it's still relatively maintained just by flipping it backwards, where she's just saying she's, you know, like, she's extremely happy for us. But is also kind of, she is sort of making it about herself a little bit, which is, Like, that's sort of like Momori's thing, is doing stuff like that. Yeah. Oh god, I need to actually be muting when I go for these bites. Hopefully that didn't come through. LMAO. Yeah, and here she's saying that she's going to be able to brag about being the one who, right? Like, she's pretty much saying that she's going to be able to brag about it.
飛空艇搭乗許可証を手にしたということはあなたは一回の冒険者でありながらエオルゼア全土を旅する権利を得たということ。
Having obtained an airship boarding permit means that you like, as a solo adventurer, can travel the entire world and adventure as you please, pretty much.
エオルゼアは広い。
Eorzea is a big place.
同盟国である海の鳥ムサロミンサ、そして森のとグリガニア、ウルダハ以外にも多くの人々が住んでいるわ。
Yeah, there are many more. Like, in addition to Olda, there are, you know, like the land of the city of the sea, Limsa, Rolminsa, the like city of the forest, Gridania. You know, there's a lot of people living in a lot of different places all throughout Ul'dah.
それに、まだまだ未開の地も数多いの。
Yeah, besides there's still a number of areas that are still undeveloped or unknown, right? There are
冒
many
険者の
mysteries
あ
to
な
be
たにとっ
found.
て素晴らしい体験が待っているはずよ。
Yeah. And for an adventurer like you, you know, it's a very exciting, you know, like a wonderful experience awaits you. That's more or less fine. It's just like, you know, the world is a very fun place for an adventurer to be, right? Like an exciting place for an adventurer.
でも、それだけじゃない。
But there's something else. That's not
ウ
all.
ルダハに限らず、どこの国も問題を抱えているわ。国家の内向や蛮族、番神のこと、嫌な場面に遭遇することもあるでしょうね。
Yeah. Every country, not just Ul'dah, has its problems. Internal conflicts between nations, barbarians, and foreign, like, savage foreign gods. That's the Banshin thing. You know, there's going to be troubles on your journey as well.
それでも、私は、あなたなら何かをやり遂げると思っているわよ。
But, for me, you know, or rather she's saying, like, but, you know, I think that you'll somehow manage to make it through, right? If it's you, you'll be fine. Or really, she's saying, like, I have faith in you.
第7零歳から5年、人々はようやく前を向いて歩み始めた。
5 years have passed since the seventh spiritual disaster. People have finally begun to look forward. It's more like people have begun to move on, right? Like,
あなた自身の目でしっかり
like
と見てきなさい。
move forward
この
towards
新
a
しい世
brighter
界を
future. Yeah, see it, go out and see it with your own eyes. It's like this wonderful new world. It's a nice little send-off. I don't even want to know what she says in the English. It's probably some bullshit. Nah, she didn't use that exact term. She just said new world, but like she's being excited about it. It's like the terms and everything. How do you go back to? Oh yeah, okay, there it is, there it is. Basically, the thrust of what she was saying is like, the world is in a lot of, you know, there's a lot of trouble, there's a lot of conflict going on, but you know, people have just started to get hope back and are, you know, just now starting to move forward and to heal. And so, you know, there's a lot of interesting new things to see. So as somebody going on a big ol' adventure, you know, if you're going on a big ol' adventure, it would be very exciting. It would be fun. But she's saying, be careful, it's dangerous, but, you know, she has faith in your abilities.
こちらは、ハイウィンド飛空車、リムサロミンサ行き循環飛空便の搭乗受付窓口となっております。
Oh my god, I just had flashbacks going to the airport. It's, yeah, pitch perfect.
これは、オレオ・マクフラリー様、ラウバーン局長より受けたまわっております。
Okay, yeah, I forgot. I need to be reading things out for people who are tapped out. They just said that this is the, you know, the entryway for the, what was the name of the flying company? For the High Wind Flying Company, you know, doing round trips between Ul'dah and Lominsa. Ah, yes, you must be Oreo McFlurry. We've received notice from Director General Rabon. Thank you very much. Would you like to check in immediately? Yes. I can't remember if there's a cutscene for flying. Oh, yeah, there is. It's super comfy if I remember correctly. Yeah! Remember, medieval fantasy game.
ハイウィンド飛空車、リムサロミンサ行き循環飛空便、定刻通り、間もなく離陸いたします。
Yeah, High Wind Airways round trip flight to Limsa and Misa. The flight will take off, will shortly depart. Comfy. I would prefer seats. Notice how these characters were endearing in the Japanese here, so when they do that little send-off there, waving you off, it's like actually nice. Yeah, in retrospect, they seemed strange, even from the moment I met them at the Great Tree. I'm excited to see what the future has in store for them, right? Like, she's saying that she's excited to see what we will do and what we'll accomplish. And also, she's still sitting on Robon's shoulder like a parrot. It's great. Yeah, the character's really nice. But yeah, Patch said that the one of the English lines there for Momodi is, in fact, most folk go to their graves, having never once seen Eorzea from above. Poor buggers shuffle off to meet Thal, having never known the blues of Limsa Lominsa's shimmering seas. What? Huh? Where was any of that? Did she mention Thal was? No? Oh. Weird. And notice how, like, there was a little bit of a bite to the dialogue where she's kind of being like, I'm so glad that I get to be the one who, you know, introduced you to Ul'dah. Right? And that she's gonna be able to brag about us. She's kind of doing the thing that, like, you know, she was doing, like, Momodi was doing one of the, you know, kind of like the thing that, like, a mom would do. If their kid's, like, some, you know, big famous soccer pro or something, and she's just gonna talk shit like, I'm the one who raised that kid, right? So there's a little bit of bite to her dialogue where it's like, oh, you, Momodi. Look at you. doing all that stuff again. But there is nothing there. You're just saying, like, you know, you get to go out and see the world, and she's like kind of jealous that, you know, you get to go do all that stuff, and you got to talk to Raoban because she's a huge fan of Raoban. Like, she thinks that he's super cool. It's just endearing. It's not have a good day. No, she's saying, like, you know, farewell, be safe, have a nice trip. Itterashai is another one of those ones that's, you know, just like a formalized term. You know, you got the itterashai, tadaima. You know, that's a very constantly hit on bit in Japanese media. Somebody saying, like, tadaima. Which is, the implication is, it's a sense of closeness, right? You know, the formalized set phrases for, like, you know, have, like, be well, be off. No, it's not a painful farewell, it's a kind farewell. It's a, you know, it's not, if she was saying sayonara, then that would be goodbye, right? It's fondness. It's, the implication is that you will be back, right? And similarly, tadaima is I'm home, which is referencing, you know, the person that you are speaking to you consider, like, family. Yeah, but they're paired. They're paired. Itterashai and tadaima are kind of... Itairashai. I literally just figured you misspelled that. I don't think that means anything.
いつの日かあなたの名自体が英雄の意味をなすと信じているわ。
Yeah, and then she says, someday, your name is going to go down in history. You know, like, as a great hero. Like, I believe that your name is going to go down in history as a great hero someday.
クリスタルの導きがあらんことを。
Yeah, may the light of the crystal guide you. That's a totally fine, yeah. That, if anything, that's like the main religious send-off that they give you in these sort of sense, is whenever they refer to, like, a deity or a greater force in the world, they're referring to Hydaelyn. You know, the crystal. And now we're in fucking... Oh, no, wait, we're not in space, but that is like a literal spaceship, pretty much. Custom. The Imperials. Literal Star Wars shit. Remember, people said unironically this is a medieval fantasy game. Yeah, this melody is great. Hey, yo, it's legally distinct Darth Vader. The fucking boy. Yeah, that humiliation was 15 years ago. The largest, most powerful flying battleship, the Aquarius, led by a large fleet of warships, launched a blitz attack. Oh god, I didn't get to read that all the way. Oh god. I'm gonna need to go back through this. Yeah, their fleet was overtaken by dragons that blotted out the, you know, very sky. Yeah, the great and terrible phantom dragon Midgard. The big problem is that I can barely hear what he's saying. His voice is so low. I'm gonna need to go back through this. Jesus fucking Christ, this dude. The way this man talks is ridiculous. Wait a minute. Land of Departed Souls. Yeah, this 4 kanji combination is sick, right? Like, what I'm trying to figure out is the last kanji there that's like, how did he pronounce that? Because that's like kesu. Or, like, vanished souls? Pokeru? Kesu? I didn't actually hear it. How did he pronounce that last... This compound? Because this ain't normal. Soulkang? Soulkang? So, like, disappearing souls? This is definitely one that we're gonna have to go back over. Like, this whole thing. Because the way that this character speaks is insane. Right? When people say, like, if there's a case for any character to speak in a ridiculous, grandiose, like, kind of old-fashioned way, well, he's not really old-fashioned, he's just ridiculously grandiose. Like, this is a dude... Una. Yeah, holy shit. He calls you Una. Holy fuck. Shokon no chi. Okay. Understood. Yeah, so that's like disappearing souls. Like, or, like, it could be, like, disappearing souls, or it could be, like, meandering souls. But, basically, this is... a land infected, or, like, dominated by false gods. Like, a land of meandering, or like, disappearing souls. Which is kind of weird. Like, infested by false gods. Maybe he's talking about tempering? Maybe. Yeah, it might be, he might be referring to a kind of, like, lost beyond redemption, or... But that's... So the thing is that kanji is the kanji for erase. Right? To erase, to shut, to, like, disappear. Like, withering, like, you could go with, like, withering souls, probably. Yeah, the land of abomination that has repelled the Imperial offensive on 2 occasions. A blighted realm riddled with false gods. That's... no, that doesn't quite... That doesn't actually hit the important bit about... Like, the line about the souls. And... Riddled is fine. But it's... I would... even, like, I was kind of, like, double guessing myself on infested, because it doesn't quite hit on the actual meaning. Like, it is more of, like, domination. Right? Like... Like, the land is dominated by them. The machine translation was rampant? Yeah. Yeah, rampant would be... rampant kind of makes it seem like they're just kind of there. I don't know, it's a hard one. Yeah, no, it hasn't eluded the Empire's grasp. It has... eluded is kind of wrong there. They've pushed it aside. you know, like they've parried it more along the lines, right? Like, hane no keru no keshi is more along, like it's more active, right? Shokon ni, yeah, so shokon would be, God, that's a hard one. Shokon no chi. That is a really fucking hard one. Land of Lost Souls. Especially because that... So the really important thing with the... I know that we're spending a shit ton of time on this because it's, like... This dude's lines are complicated. But they're also really important. Like, that's... I think this is the exact, like... I think this conversation was when I saw somebody who was playing through the game in Japanese. Like, a Japanese person go like, wait, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Yeah. Zakubutsu. So, Zokubutsu. So, honestly, here's another example of... I have no idea what he's... Yeah, I was going to get to it, but, yeah, knowing the antagonist's motivation is important. So the reason we were hitting on that is because him saying lost souls, disappearing souls, right? The world is blighted or dominated by false gods. He's setting up a sort of justification for the invasion, that there is something happening to these quote-unquote souls as a result of these deities' interference or something along those lines, and thus the justification, like, the invasion is justified. Right? That's his whole reasoning when he sets it up. Is that there is something going on, like with the barbarian gods, the barbarians that is eroding people's souls. Right? Politics in Eorzea is stagnating because it's allowed to be run by a bunch of upstart lowlives. Yeah. But he's seeing, so the thing is, though, is that he's saying Yatsu. So he's referencing, he is kind of referencing a specific person. So, you know, thus the invasion of Eorzea stalled. And, what, like, Philistines like that man are allowed to rise to prominence. Like, honestly, I would probably use the term Philistine. Who is he referencing? I don't remember. But he's referencing a person. Oh, he's referencing... You don't like Philistines? For Zokubutsu? Philistine is more like uncultured? Is that not what he's saying? Yeah, like... saying that they lack any form of culture or guidance. I guess it would depend on the following lines. True. Yeah, I mean, I would probably... That would be one that I would probably have brought up to somebody. They'd be like, eh, like, too biblical. Throw it away. Like, savages. Savages... I mean, you could go with, like, uncultured... like, vulgar... swine, something along those lines.
そしてメテオ計画ですら第七零細なる最悪を引き起こしただけに終わり支配構造は何一つ変わっておらん
Jesus fucking Christ. Yes. The meteor, the Meteo plan. Meteo 計画。ですら。さあ、どうしただけに終わる。So yeah, he's saying that all that they managed to do was cause the seventh spiritual disaster, and yet the ruling structure, or the leadership of Eorzea did not change. Yeah, they do spell Keikaku in a Chuni-ass way. It's... They don't use the normal kanji, but then they put the furigana for plan over it. It's like, you know, the kanji there is for, like, division. Which is kind of fucking sick. Your favorite bit about that lore is that Yoshipi was promoted and looked around with his character, saw there was 2 moons, and said, "It's perfect, we're bringing that down." He's just like, "Oh shit, extra moon, perfect. Fuck it up." Oh god, I love this dude. Holy shit, what a fucking badass. Like, unclean, uncertain, fusoku, like meandering. Like, you would probably want to use un for all of them. Or you could use in, like impure, insecure. This is a hard one. This is a hard one. Yeah, you mined so many cards from this conversation? Yeah, exactly. Because the one that's throwing me is Fusoku. For, like, unplanned, unforeseen. Yes, Fuzhou. Yes, and it's not, this world is so crazy. You're saying this world has gone mad, right? The world has gone completely mad. Or has fallen astray. This is that song that's playing in your FC house? Yeah. Yes, we must save it. God, he's so fucking cool. Because he's using, like, kind of old-fashioned /regal language, right? Like, he's saying naranu instead of naranai. Right? He is speaking like a fucking boss. It's tight. Yeah, and once again, this is all relatively difficult, but essentially he's saying that I'll get a real thing later, but it's this, we must lead these fools, right, into into the way that they ought to live, right? Because the term mirai michibiku, like, that would be one that you would probably, like, that technically is, like, lead into the, guide into the future, right? But it's more like, you know, put them on the correct path, right? As they should be. もたらすの。栄定をもたらすの。Yeah. And that the only way that these people can be led into... The only way that these people can be led towards that, you know, that just and ordered future is through force. Right? Through rule, through suppression. You know, as you wish, Lord Gaius, right? Actually, this is another one. Yeah, it is sick. Like, This is one where you would really want to make this sound sick. Like, you wouldn't do, like, you know, just as you wish, Lord Gaius. This is like... Like, as his lord's will is, so, like, as his will is, so shall it be done. Or something like that. Like, so the Lord wills, shall it be? Something like that. It definitely sounds fucking sick. What is the English version for that chant? It's a biblical thing? I mean, that's not... We are of one mind, Lord von Balthasar. That doesn't sound nearly cool enough. Like, hey, what is Lord Gaius doing in Eorzea? Wait a minute. Oh, this must be like his official military title. Like, Gundancho. Oh, yeah! He's not actually, like, the great... Like, he's not, like, the main leader of the Empire or anything like that. Legatus? Yeah, it's... The chant there is specifically subservient. Do they do the whole Roman ranking in JP? I mean, Gundancho is just, like, corpse commander? Or, like, corps commander? I think? I'm not familiar with Japanese military rank at all. Main military general of Garlemald? Yeah, that makes sense. But... So the thing is that, Mikokoro is, like... Mikokoro is used in... Oh, it is apparently used in, like, translations of the Bible. As, like, the Lord's will. Right? Like, God's will, the Lord's will. And they're saying, like, no mamani is, like, as... Yeah, it's also used for superiors in general. So they're setting them up as a... They're really setting them up as... Yeah, they're pulling from some, you know, like, clear, like, you know, Star Wars / German references there. Right, they're definitely trying to chuck in some, like, you know, leader veneration. Because it's using a religious term there to sort of play against them being against the quote-unquote false gods of Eorzea is probably deliberate, right? They're saying that effectively they are worshipping rank.
先日の閲兵式でも言っていただろう。大きな作戦があるんだってよ。
Yeah, they told us at the review ceremony the other day, there's a big operation in the works. Yeah, I would imagine. Well, the thing is that, yeah, it's not like a Roman thing, I don't think, at all. It's whatever. That one I wouldn't be, like, that mad about using, like...
でもよ、カルテノーの戦いから5年、本国は俺たちを放置してきたんだぜ。今さら何をやろうっていうのさ。
Yeah, we've been left here for 5 years following the Battle of Cartagena. Like, what the hell are they planning now? Like, Imasara there is like, after all this, like, what are they planning to do after all this time? Right? They've left us here for 5 years since the battle doing nothing. Like, why are they doing this now? You know, why now? Why not earlier? Like, presumably, you know, they're saying, like, why have we given them this much time to regroup?
ガイウス閣下のご意向に疑問でもあるのか?
You fucked up now. See, this, so the reason why it matters for, like, what he's saying, like, why are we doing this now, is that he's doubting the planning. He's doubting the structure. Like, I'm sorry, do you have any, do you have any qualms, or do you have any objections to Lord Gaius' planning? Oh, fuck. Nero-sama! Oh, shit. So, The thing is that whenever somebody is just addressed with sama, it's almost impossible to actually... You need to just kind of go forward and actually get their real title. But he's clearly, you know, a superior. Nero.
お前、どこの生まれなんだ?
You. Where were you raised? Like, where were you born?
ダルマツカであります。
Like, I'm from Dalmasca.
自分はアラミ語であります。
I'm from Alamigo.
コードネームはハミングウェイ。
What? Codename Hummingway. The fuck is a Hummingway? Humming... What? This one... Okay, I don't get that at all. Oh, wait, no, he's saying like, oh yeah, you're a spy. The name was so dumb that it took me off guard.
やっぱりな。
As I thought, or as I suspected. Not, I'm a bit of a wimp. Oh, the Hummingway are rapid? Okay, so it's a it's a deep cut Final Fantasy meme. Yeah, no, he said, as I suspected. Or, just as I thought. Haha. Woohoo. Also, I've realized that I've got, like, wallpaper edges going on in the background, which is probably causing some amount of, like, weird lag.
ケース58、パラメキア情報機関からの報告の通りだぜ。
Case 58? Paramekia. Oh my fucking lord. Yeah, he's just saying, like, as reported by the Paramekia Intelligence Agency, Yeah, just as they reported. We're like, Polmekia Secret Service. Basically saying that the fucking the CIA had a they've been watching this guy's, you know, they've been watching this guy's Firefox history. They actually checked Firefox. They didn't just look at Internet Explorer like they do with Casey Anthony. That's a thing, by the way. Look it up. Man, I'm fucking on one today. Yeah, so he's saying just as the report from the Polmekia Secret Service detailed. Lord is my witness, he is broken in half. Nero from the top rope. Ooh, Kusada. See, what he's saying here is that this was funny. He's saying that it was funny. Like, if you've ever seen like a VTuber chat, they'll just be like, you know, that's what they use for saying that things are funny. So what he's saying here is it's funny. No, I don't agree. So, basically, he's just saying like, clean up this trash, right? This, like, you know, he's referring to him as, like, grass, weeds, civilian, low-ranked. Wait, does it just refer to that? I've never actually seen that usage of it. Either way, he's just denigrating this person and, you know, clean up the blood as well. Understood. Yes, sir. He looks so much cooler without the helmet on. God, this fucking shot is so cool! Yeah, so this is the first usage of the term that I believe they translate this to Magitech, right? Which is entirely fine. It's literally just like magic technology. Like, I'll show you the superiority of my Magitech. Garland. Oh, Kusakimi Ninja and Spy? Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. That does make sense. I don't know. That one's a hard one. Oh shit, we're in Limsa. How do you get out of here again? You gotta, who do you talk to? How do I? Oh yeah, you talk to that person, the person with the gigantic thing above their head.
ウルダ派からの使者の方ですね。海野とリムサロミンサへようこそ。メルウィブ提督がお待ちですよ。
Oh wow, they just tell you straight up, like, yeah, you're the messenger from Oldaha. I see. Mokten Limsol Minsa, the capital. Yeah, the city of the sea, or like land of the sea. Welcome. Admiral Merlweb awaits you. Meruibu. Best girl incoming. I don't have a klaxon to play, but, you know, just, like, if I could, just wee.
ウルダ派からの使者様ですね。お待ちしておりました。メルウィブ提督がお待ちです。
Literally the same
我ら
line.
が提督もあなたとの面会を楽しみになさっておいでです。
Yes. yeah, they're looking forward. Tataru is incoming? Haha, very funny.
そちらにございますクローズリ
What
フ
is...
トより
I
ブ
don't
ルワ
actually
ークホールへ
recognize...
お
I
いでく
should
だ
know
さい
this one, but I don't recognize it. I should know this one. Oh, that's literally just Tazel. God, what am I doing? Yeah, just saying that the Admiral is looking forward to meeting us, right? Close rift よりブルワークホール Bulwark Hole? Hold? Wait, でください. Like, yeah, go down to the lift
ブ
and
ルワ
over
ーク
to
ホー
the
ルの
Bulwark
ザントヘール
Hole.
高原
Okay.
層が
Fucking
面会場所の
katakana.
アドミラ
I
ルブリッ
God.
ジ提督室まであなたをご案内いたします。
Zantoheru. Zantoheru. What the fuck do they, what is this guy's name? Zantoheru? Xanther? I mean, I guess Xanther. The role names are impossible to parse. Yeah. I have no idea what this is they're trying to do with this. This might be like literal nonsense. Admiral Bridge. Literally, it's harder to read the fucking katakana than anything else. Yeah, go to the Admiral's office. Sergeant Xanther will lead you to the Admiral Bridge, to the Admiral's office where you'll meet with him. Yes. Jesus Christ. Literally just put it all in kanji, it'd be easier. Fuck this shit, man. Xanthael? Yeah. Xanthael. Yeah. Sure. Whatever. Fuck it. RMT bot or Seawolf role name? Zantoheru.
客人よ、遠路。
Oh shit. What did you actually say? Come a long way, just head up to the Admiral office, Admiral where resides. Sure, let me acknowledge the letter as genuine. Yeah, he's just checking the letter as a formality.
確かに、ラウバー&ノの紋章が押されているな。よし、中へ案内しよう。提督
Yes,
がお
it's
待ち
indeed
だ。
stamped with the coat of arms of Lord Rawon. Let me show you inside. The Admiral is waiting. Best girl, 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 Awuga. Yes.
ウルダ派より死者が来るとは聞いていたが、まさか冒険者とはな。よほど信頼されていると見える。
Yes, it's... I'd heard that a messenger was coming from Ul'dah, but I didn't expect an adventurer. Right, like, I can see... Let me just... Yo, hold on. Yo, hold on. Yeah, like, you... Yeah, you seem trustworthy, or something along those lines.
こちらへ。
Yeah, quite trusted. Basically, she's just remarking that since you're an adventurer and they sent you off on this important of a duty, you must be... you know, you must be somebody who is worthy of having trust placed in them, right? Yeah. Rawan trusts us is the point, yeah. Pretty much just remarking that since they're an adventurer, like, you would have to be special to be somebody who is not an official, right?
Yokoso, Umi no Miyako, Rimsaro Minsai.
Umi no Miyako, Rimsaro Minsai. Yeah. How would you, like, it really is, like, capital, right? Yeah, the capital of the sea. Rimsaro Minsai.
この国のグランドカンパニー、国家団の最高司令官、都督のメルウィブ・ブルーフィスウィンだ。
Yes, she is the supreme commander of this country's grand company, the Black Vortex clan. Merwib Brufisuin. Brufisuin. Literal nonsense. Just pure nonsense. Not a name. Yes, let's get right down to business. Also, like, I would probably in the English just call them the Black Vortex, right? Like the Grand Company, Black Vortex.
ふむ。カルテノー戦没者追悼式典の取り決めについてか。
I see, it's about the Cartano World Memorial Ceremony. Maelstrom? Wait, is it just Maelstrom? They completely dropped the black? Oh, but that's way cooler. Like Black Vortex or like Black Whirlpool is way fucking cooler. It also, you know, it's like kind of a callback to the whole like pirate origin thing. It's been 5 years since then. Huh. Like already.
事の発端は北方の大国ガレマール帝国がこのエオルゼアに侵略戦争を仕掛けてきたことにある。
Yeah, it all started when the northern superpower, the Garland Empire, lost a war of aggression against Eorzea. Right, against the... She's, you know, saying that Eorzea is not warlike. Actually, no, she just literally just says Eorzea. Once again, I'm getting tripped up by dumb bullshit. It read Eorzea as Cole. Literally just Eorzea. Stupid fucking MT. Like, that's why I'm double checking shit. Kono Eorzea. Yeah, no. Industrial is complete nonsense.
帝国軍のメテオ計画に対し、エオルゼアの都市国家軍は、グランドカンパニーを創設して対抗した。
It cannot do katakana at all, man. Yeah, the city-states of Eorzea responded to the Imperial Army's Meteor Plan, the Meteo Keikaku, the creation of the Grand Company. Right, like the defense organization.
そして5年前、我々、エオルゼア同盟軍は、帝国の野望を阻止すべく、カルテノー平原でガレマール帝国と戦ったのだ。
Yeah, 5 years ago, forces of the alliance of Eorzea fought the Garland Empire on the plains of Cartano to stop its ambitions, or just to attempt to thwart the invasion.
敵将オネール配下の帝国軍第セブン軍団と冒険者を加えたエオルゼア同盟軍との決戦だった。これがカルテノーの戦いと呼ばれる戦だ。
Jesus fucking Christ, this is a lot of stuff. But yeah, like this was the critical battle between the Neru Yeah, it keeps reading the it keeps reading A from Eorzea as like factory construction. So I just need to mentally remove that. Because I didn't hear anything and I saw something and I fucking second guessed myself, which I'm going to stop doing eventually, I swear. So Neru. Neru. Wait, wasn't his name Nero? Like, so who the fuck is Neru? Oh, this is a totally different guy? Yeah, the 7th Corps of the Imperial Army under enemy General Nel. Forces of the Alliance of the Eorzean Alliance, which included adventurers. The battle is known as the Battle of Cardenau. Yes.
もっとも、その戦局は、到底、戦いと呼べるものではなかったがね、君も聞いたことがあるだろう。
Yeah, however, you can't really call that, what occurred there, a battle. I'm sure you've heard of it quite well.
カルテノーに現れた漆黒の巨竜、古の番神、バハムートが全てを焼き尽くしたのだ。
Yeah, the great black dragon Bahamut descended from, from Dog above Cardenau and annihilated everything in its path, right? Burned everything.
結果、帝国軍第セブン軍団は壊滅。エオルゼア同盟軍も多大な被害を受けた。あの惨状はとてもではないが名状しがたい。
Jesus Christ. Yeah, the 7th Corps of the Imperial Army was destroyed. The Eorzean Alliance also suffered great losses. The devastation is beyond description. Right? I would probably go with something like the devastation, the carnage is more than can be described. Or cannot be put into words. However, we survived. But we don't know. Like, we survived, but we don't know why. There's definitely a better way to put this that sounds more dramatic in English. It sounds fine in Japanese, but splitting them up like this in English sounds weird. I would say for reasons we yet do not understand, we survived.
全滅をも覚悟したとき、光に包まれたのだ。神々しい光に。あれこそが召喚された十二神の力だったのか。
12 alert! 12 alert! Actually mentioned as the 12 for once. Boom. Just as we were about to face total annihilation. That's the first time they are mentioned as the 12. First time. And if you'll notice, she says, "Are koso ga shoukan sareta juni kami." I don't know how you would say it. Junishin, probably. No chikara datta no ka. She says, could that have been the power of the 12? Right? Right, as we were prepared to be annihilated. Like, as we were preparing to be annihilated. Oh yeah, Luiso literally summons the 12 in the 1.0 finale? Oh yeah, I forgot. That is the thing. We were enveloped in like a blinding light. Like, in a blinding divine light. you know, could that light have been the power of the 12? And yeah, that lines up a lot better, where it's like literally he just summoned some fuck off deities, right? But as we can see, this makes a whole lot more sense, right? With the way that things have been referred to right now, she's unsure if that's what the 12 are capable of or what they can do. It's not like they're saying like, yeah, these dudes that we constantly talk about, they answered our prayers, our collective prayers. Yeah, the power of the 12 that had been summoned. You're right, you're right. This is a relatively, like, she splits up the line in a weird way. Kind of. But yes, you're right. I did just kind of pass over that. Like, was this power the result of the 12 being summoned? Yeah, she wasn't saying it was the 12 of their own volition. It was them. It was their power being called upon, right? Called upon, summoned, something along those lines, right?
気がついた時には、そこに番神、バハムートの姿はなく、焼き尽くされ、救世主命の賢者レイゾワさん存命ならば、その理由も分かっただろうが、今となっては、真実を知る者は、もういない。
One second. Let me just pull this up so I can reread it. Like once, by the time we had you know realized what had been happening, the form of the great dragon Bahamut had disappeared, and the land that ought to have been burned and destroyed was transformed. Yeah. And if Louiso had survived, we would have known the truth behind what happened. However, now that he's gone, nobody knows the truth.
しかし、各国には甚大な被害が出た。加えて、再び始まった番神騒ぎだ。我々には、それを探求する余裕はなかった。
Yeah. All the countries suffered immense damages. In addition, the barbarian uprisings began again. We didn't have time, or we didn't have the luxury to investigate the truth of what happened. Not barbarian uprising? Or like primal troubles? I mean, yeah, but isn't that... Oh yeah, Bontin... Oh yeah, Zomeki da. Oh yeah, the barbarians are the tribes. Yeah, you're right. I mean, it is implied. Like, the primals have begun to... Zolmiki is like to frolic. You know, like, they're having a good time, or just kind of begun moving around, causing trouble, right?
各国は今も様々な問題を抱えている。この状態が長引けば、この先の戦いに耐えることはできないだろう。
Was it oh god, yeah, you're right, it was Salgi. God, man, I'm off. I'm fucking off today. Holy shit. I'm still probably slightly sick. It's literally just Salgi. God, man, yeah, no. Okay, what happened there, and what has been happening for the last, like, 3 lines, is that I've been using I was using the OCR readout to double-check the kanji and everything, instead of using, I should be using this, if there's something that that I'm double-checking, which I was just forgetting to do, and it read it wrong. Which means that I read it wrong, and that I'm fucking off, so I didn't actually realize that I had read it wrong. God damn. Ugh. It's an off day. Yeah, so she's saying here that just since there are, with things being the way that they are, right? That with the state of all of the troubles that that are currently being like thrust upon them, if it continues the way that it is currently going, they're not going to be able to withstand the battles and things that are to come, right? Specifically saying that if the Empire were to invade again with things as they currently are, they'd be spread too thin and wouldn't be able to actually survive.
このヨルゼアは現在もなお帝国と戦争状態にあるのだからな。
Yeah, because as it stands, Eorzea is still at war with the Empire.
不可能は人が作り出す。
不可能。Oh, that's a sick line. That's a fucking sick line. What, like humans make, or like people make the impossible possible.
この追悼式典を契機に、三国の絆を再び強固にする必要があるのかもしれないな。
Yeah, perhaps we need to use this memorial service as an opportunity to strengthen ties between the 3 countries once again. Yeah, that seems fine.
よかろう。ラウバーン局長殿の提案に乗ろう。君にも、その絆のくさびとなる役目をお願いしたい。
Yes, and she says, yes, I will, respond to the summons. She is approving of Rauban's idea. Yeah, and she's saying that she would like us to serve as the like linchpin, the thing binding together the relationships between all of these countries, right? As an outsider, somebody who could actually like bridge the gap. Basically, she's just setting up for like, hey, you're gonna go to all of the other places and do shit for all the other people.
「ラウバーン局長殿へは私から直接返事をしておこう。
Oh god, that was the last bite of sandwich. Okay. Ah! gonna need to go grab an energy drink real quick, probably.
冒険者、君の次の目的地はグリダニアか？
Yeah, she just said that she'll reply to the letter immediately, and that our next destination is Gridania, correct?
なら、カヌエ・センナデンに伝えてくれ。メルウィブがよろしく言っていたと。
Yeah, and then she just says, this is a bit of a fun little thing here. She just says, yeah, so then tell Kanae-senna, like, I've got something I'd like you to tell Kanae-senna for me. Tell her Merwib said, hi.
この旅の使者の任、ご苦労だった。
Yes, and she says, I'm very thankful for for the work that you're doing here. Alright, 30 seconds, time it. Gonna go grab an energy drink because I'm fucking off. That was probably even less. Yeah, I've noticed when I'm like
こち
tired
ら
or
は
just
ハ
slightly
イエンド
off,
飛空車グリダニア行き循環飛
it's
空便の
much more
搭乗受
difficult for
付
me
窓
to
口と
notice
なっております。
discrepancies, right? It's much easier to just run with the thing that you're seeing immediately, rather than actually having the presence of mind to double check yourself. Putting this for Highland Flying Company, so you're
オ
going
レオ
to
マクフラリー様、
Gridania.
次のご報
Yep. Would you like to check in? Yes, yes, yes. The really important thing with her dialogue, though, is that at no point was she ever, like, domineering, rude, or really anything other than perfectly cordial. The English, for some reason, makes her like this, like, you know, boss bitch. When that really just isn't what she's like in the slightest. And she quite literally, like, she just thanks you for being the one to
ウ
help
ル
them
ダ
out
ハ
like
からの
that.
使者の方ですね。森のとグリダニアへようこそ。カヌエ様がお待ちですよ。
Literally a mirror of the Limsa line, just saying, ah, you're the messenger from Ulahau, welcome to the capital of the forest, Gridania. Kanizana is waiting for you. This particular conversation, I'm very interested to see. If the
ウル
12 are
ダハからの使
mentioned
者
a
様と
lot.
お見受けします。グリダニアにようこそいらっしゃいました。カヌエ・センナ様が、不護船の座卓にてお待ちです。
Oh, okay. That is not... I wonder what that is in English. That's really weird. That's a strange name. Like the... Gosen. Yeah, the name for the plaza, it's like, well, it's like... Like the silent... Like the Silent Hermit's table? Oh no, there's a term for that. There's a term for that in English. There's a term for that. The, like for monks who have taken a vow of silence, right? Ah, God, that's a hard one. The lotus stand? Yeah, that doesn't convey any of that. It's like the you know, a table, right? Like I can understand why they would like kind of not want to try and parsing this one. But it's like, you know, the table of like
まずは
silence
旧
or
市街
something
へお
along
いで
those
いただ
lines.
き、北条新祭壇に控えております同士にお声掛けください。
Wait a second, is this a 12 mention? Is this an actual 12 mention? Is this a fucking 12 mention? Yeah, Lotus doesn't fit with Gridania at all. Yeah, please head on down to Old Town. Yeah, this is a place name, but is this like actual? And it's like God of the Harvest more, right? Harvest God's Altar. So yeah, I mean, we'll count it. It's a place name, but we'll count it. So the only the explicit times that the 12 has been mentioned is 1. Here it's Altar of the Harvest God. And the they're doing a thing again, like they did with they did this in Ul'dah with with Thal's like quote unquote religious organization. They literally used like Kyodan, which is the same term for like the Catholic Church, and they used bishop. Like literally Shikyo. Like they literally used bishop. 1 for 1. And here again they're using Dolshi, which is like a Buddhist monk, right? Like a... So, you know, like, please come on down, like, please head over to Old Town, towards the... And there will be a monk waiting for you at the Harvest God's altar. Or Altar of the Harvest God. The fuck do you leave this place again? Like, do you have to go out through that? No, you go up. I remember now. You go up. It has been so long since I've been in this room. People who hang out in Limsa are weird. People who hang out in Gridania are insane. Yeah, if anywhere, if the 12 counter was going to go up anywhere, it would be here. You hang out in Ul'dah, you like peace and quiet? Ooh. I just feel like anybody who hangs out in Ul'dah, like, I don't know, they're gonna get like sucked into a multi-level marketing scam in real life. Like, they always give me, like, new age weirdo vibes.
ウルダ派からの使者とは貴殿か。失礼ながら御用の件、改めさせていただきたい。
Yes, are you the messenger from Ul'dah? I'm terribly sorry, but I would like to confirm.
ラウバーン局長の親書に相違ない。それでは、こちらへ参られよ。
Yes. So they're using very different language here. They're being far more politely formalized. Yes, yes. There's there's no mistaking. This is a letter from Director Alban. Please enter. This conversation I don't remember a thing of. Yes.
あなたがウルダ派からの使者ですね。
Yes, you must be the messenger from Ulda. I've heard of I've heard about this, or I've heard about you. Kane-san, a smile there just makes you think you're about to be executed. She does. It is sort of a thing where characters like this, where they're very they're very soft and kind and using all of this formalized language and stuff. They do seem sinister. Please, welcome. There's a lot of formalized language that she's using, like, kochira e dozo is like, technically just like, please draw near or whatever, but like, come on over, right? But very, very nice. Welcome to the capital of the forest, right? Yeah, they're referencing the table, and it is a very tranquil area. But I'm assuming that, like, there's probably some discussion somewhere. Like, after this conversation, I'm gonna click around with, like, to the monks or whatever, and see if they explain the place name somewhere. Because it does seem like it's the whole thing about, like, silent monks. Probably, matters.
この国のグランドカンパニー、ソージャ島の最高司令官、当主のカヌエ・センナです。
God, what are all of these? Tsunomi Mikoto? Oh, they're literally just called, like, horn priestesses? Or, like, horn nobilities? Soljato? Like, Mikoto is not priestess, yeah. So, why the fuck would they... I mean, horned... Yeah, okay. I kinda get it. I kinda get it. Soljato is the name of the twin stakes? Oh, yeah. What do they go with for the English? For this grand company name? Because, like, twin serpents, right? That would be tight. Order of Twin Adders? What the fuck? Bro. That's so lame. Like, turning it into a specific snake completely, well, one, that changes it. Like if you did, like, okay. So, the reason why that's important is, imagine if you change it from twin adders to twin vipers, right? Or twin constrictors, or twin fucking, I don't know, garden snakes. Never seen twin adders with a front line? Yeah. Like, they should have just gone with serpent. Like, Order of the Twin Serpents. Or just the Twin Serpents, which sounds sick. Yeah, Immortal Flames isn't good either, they're just the Immortals. And also here, I don't remember if Merwib did this, but she's referring to herself as she's the Supreme Commander, right? Like, she's the commanding officer of the Twin Serpents. And here, let me just make sure that it's... Let me double check this again before I say this. Like, the term here, party leader, Tolshu, is... Does she use the same term, Tolshu? The Oh no, I'm talking about I'm talking about here, where she says Tolshu. Yeah, the Immortals... Yeah, the Immortal Flames always bugged you because their banner is... I remember that! Yeah, it made no sense because it was like all of their banner and stuff has nothing to do with flames. Yeah, it's a different term. It's like the twins. The previous one was like the like it was the Black Flame. What was it? I can actually just check. It was the Black Vortex. Yeah, just like organization, just dumb. Yeah, so they're using different terms here, where it's the Twin Snake Party, like, organization, and so then she's the party leader, right?
ラウバーン局長からのご用件を伺いましょう。
God fucking Keigo. Yeah, party leader. The leader of the party. It's like a political term. But yeah, all of them have different titles. Yes, she's just saying, like, let's get down to the business. But very, very, very polite. Like, let's get down to discussing the business. Do they do the dumb pirate speak for JP in JP and Limsa? No, not at all. Like, we saw it before. They don't talk like that shit at all. Actually, after this cutscene, we can travel back to Limsa and that's something that I should do. I should travel back to Limsa and just talk to the surrounding NPCs and stuff. They don't talk British. So the other thing is that Picari in chat here is British, right? And I already knew this like 100%, but I figured we would check with somebody who was actually British. None of the British dialogue, like the British accents in this game, are coherent. It's literal nonsense. It's just mangled together vaguely British terms. None of it actually sounds like real accents from real places. Yeah, Limsa people just talk kind of rough. Probably. But this is actually, like, it's really important because, again, people give, like, Koji and the English writing team a ton of praise for their amazing writing, but their decision, like, Koji was in charge of Limsa. That was his thing. And no, it's not even Disney Ride Old World speak, because that's more coherent. Put it this way, let's say that you had a game that was being made in, like, France. Or in Britain. Actually, let's just go with a game being made in Britain, and they wanted characters to speak American, right? They wanted characters to speak like Americans. And so they had everybody do American accents, as thought of by the British. And so they just mangled together slang from like 7 different cities into an incomprehensible mess. right? Like, people will be using, like, Chicago terms, one word, then they'll talk like they're from Brooklyn, then they'll talk like they're from Long Island, then they'll talk like they're from LA, then they'll talk like they're from Texas, all in the same sentence. Right? Like, British accents are well defined, right? Somebody speaking in a North Midlands accent does not sound fucking anything like somebody who's speaking in, like, a Southern accent, or like a, you know, an East London accent, right? Or like a fucking Leicester accent, or fucking, you know, Worcester. All of these places have very, very defined speaking patterns and accents. They have specific word choices, they have specific ways that they pronounce things, right? And instead, what they do in this game in the English is they talk like what Americans who don't know British accents think British people speak like. And so, when we were talking with Fika, and he confirmed, it's basically incomprehensible. If you are British, it doesn't make any fucking sense. Yeah. Well, if it ain't Merle Webb's guest of honor, hobnobbing with the Iron Mighty now, is it? But like, the well there should have been wrong. Like, the well there is wrong. No, the era of the hour needs to have a touch of refinement about her, if only to stop folk complaining when she is stuffing face with cake. Take yourself over to the Octa and speak to Znashim of the Brigade Consortium. She'll furnish ye with some ladylike to wire. Like, you can't read it. It doesn't make sense. Like, here, let me throw this up on screen, right? Like, this shit right here that Patch posted is, you know, that's what the dialogue is written as. And that isn't that's not a comprehensible British accent. That doesn't read like it's from anywhere. It reads like a dumb American who doesn't know what British people speak like, doing like a caricature of British people. Like, it feels like he's just making fun of them. Amazing writing. Wonderful. Yes, you're referring to the arrangements for the Continental War Memorial Ceremony?
冒険者殿、このエオルゼアとガレマール帝国の状況をご理解されていますか？
理解されていますか? American D&D voice? Yeah, kind of. It really is like, it is like a Renaissance fair, where you've got people who are just, like, kind of, I'm talking in a British accent, and, ooh, hello there. Why, hello there, fellow adventurer. I see that ye do not have yonder flask of acceptance. Head on over to thine apothecary and bequeath thee. Like, you know, it's bullshit like that. Yeah, are you aware of the current situation between Eorzea and the Golomrod Empire? She's saying this very formally, right? Gorikai sarete imasu ka? Is about as... Okay, I feel like everybody pretty much already knows about, like, Keigo versus regular speech, but I'll do a quick little thing. So basically I'll try and keep this short. In Japanese, the way that you are speaking to people is explicit, right? In English, it's far more about tone. It's like tone and some amount of word choice, whether or not somebody is being formal with you or not, right? In Japanese, it is completely explicit. You have, right, you are speaking down to somebody, you are speaking up to somebody, you are elevating yourself, you are elevating the speaker, or the person that you're elevating the person that you're speaking to. Here, what she is using is incredibly respectful speech that is putting us in a position of honor, essentially, right? She's speaking to the adventurer. She isn't downplaying herself at all by doing so, but she's placing the player here up on a very high level of respect, right? She's speaking incredibly respectfully.
あら、 メルウィブ提督にお聞きになったのですね。さすが、鋼鉄の提督、抜かりありませんね。
抜かりありません。Yes, so it's she truly is. And she says, "Oh, I see. You've heard from Admiral Mirrowwood." Yeah, okiki ni natta is yeah, that is kind of like it is pretty fucking ridiculous. The thing is that this level of polite speech can actually be sometimes difficult to parse because it is so the way that one of the key ways in which you are polite in Japanese is by being indirect. Incredibly indirect. And so here, instead of saying, like, you spoke with Merlwib, it's like it's kind of like turning everything into a noun, almost. Where it's like, I see, like, you know, you received information from Merlwib, or something along those lines. It's really, like, impossible. You would just have to put it into English as politely as you possibly could. Nukari arimasen ne. Wait, nukari arimasen ne is like, nukaru is... God, this is ridiculous. Like, she, you know, she's always on top of things, right? Is pretty much the meaning that I'm getting out of this, is, and yes, she's the Steel Admiral. Saying, like, she's incredibly prepared, she's well put together. She would expect no less from the Admiral of Steel. Or from the Steel Admiral.
メルウィブ提督によろしく伝えろと言いつかったのですね。そうですか、わかりました。
Ah, you were asked to give Merlwib her regards to me. I see. I understand. She's always on top of things, except more polite. Yeah, that's the thing, is that it's very difficult to be this level of polite in English. Because it's not really something that you do, right? You know, even if you're, even if you're checking into, like, a ridiculously high-class hotel, right? The waitstaff even there won't be as respectful as Kane-sana is being here.
あなたもそのガレマール帝国について知っておいた方がよろしいでしょう。
知っておいた方がよろしいでしょう。Yes, so what she's saying is you should be made aware of details surrounding the Garlemald Empire. Yeah, this sort of Keigo is very difficult to parse because it is so evasive. Like, 知っておいた方がよろしいでしょう is like 4 levels of maybe. Like, you should prepare knowledge, you should have knowledge of the Garlemald Empire prepared for you in advance, perhaps. Right? Like, would that be alright? It's ridiculous. It is literally like 1, 2. It's 4 levels of 4 levels of avoidance.
ガレマール帝国。この北方の大帝国もつい50年前までは北州の辺境国の一つに過ぎなかったのです。
Garlemald Empire until just politeness mastery. It really is like, but the important thing is that where a lot of people, especially a lot of translators, fuck up, is they would make her seem weak in a translation like this. Because she's being so deferent to the player character, it would seem like she's talking from a position of weakness, but this sort of polite speech is powerful. Like, it's borderline intimidating, honestly. Like, when somebody starts busting out this level of Keigo at you, you're like, oh fuck. Right? It's very much the reverse of what you would expect. Like, this level of politeness can be very intimidating. Yeah, she's definitely not being like saying like, oh, I don't know what I'm talking about, oh, I'm not that important, oh no, I'm just a little small bean. Like, that's not what she's doing fucking at all. Well, no, the Queen's English is also... Well, the Queen's English is honorific towards herself, right? Like, Nanamo speaks like that. Nanamo speaks in a royal fashion, where she is raising herself up to in an aggrandizing fashion. And she used a lot of formalized speech as well, very polite speech, very... carefully constructed speech, but she's clearly, placing herself in a position of royalty. Nanamo, at least. Here, Kane-sena is not doing that, but by being so fucking polite, like, you reach a point where if you go this polite, it loops back around to being intimidating. To being like, oh shit, this person is fucking important. Like a Bond villain type of polite? Not really. Not like a villain, right? Yeah, and she's saying that the Empire, until fairly recently, was really nothing. Yeah, imagine a butler. Yeah, like a butler in a position of power. Kind of like you know how, okay, a good example would be... There have been times in, like, various Batman media where Alfred has delivered incredibly brutal lines in ridiculously polite dialogue. It's more like that, right? Like, when Alfred is speaking to someone who isn't Bruce Wayne, right? He still carries that aura of authority and... incredible politeness, but you're like, oh shit, I shouldn't be fucking with this guy.
However, 魔導技術によって北州を統一すると、今度はエオルゼアへの侵略戦争を仕掛けてきました。
Yes, however, with the development of magical technology, they were able to launch a war of aggression against Eorzea. Let me just double check things again. Like, I'm gonna need to be doing that a lot more right now because I'm definitely off. Yeah, they unified the... Yes. They unified the northern provinces using magical technology, and as such, were able to commence a war of aggression. Right, so they're saying that the magical technology that they managed to develop accelerated their progression as an empire, like, in an unprecedentedly quick fashion. Yeah, it's like there have been moments where somebody, like, will be going into the Batcave and Alfred will show up and will be like, or into Bruce Wayne's mansion, and he'll be saying, like, I'm terribly sorry, Master Wayne will not be entertaining guests at the moment. You're like, shall I provide you something in his stead? It's just like, oh shit, we're gonna fucking die. Yeah, one generation of being jobbers having power suits. Yeah, we're kind of bouncing back and forth between the actual story here and descriptions of why the way she's speaking is insane. Yeah, so so now what she's saying is, since the Empire has developed this far, this fast, the succession of the empire is becoming of the emperor is becoming a problem, right? And also here, here's actually a perfect example of that thing that I was talking about with koeru chikara, is like over 80 years. Like, that's the same term. He's over 80. Same kanji. Yeah, so this is a whole lot of term. Yeah, he has surpassed 80 years of age. But this is like, man, we're getting into a lot of tangents with her dialogue, but it is important. Like, that's sort of the meaning of that word and the meaning of that kanji. And it's why koeru chikara makes a lot of sense. It's literally like beyond power, right? The power to move beyond something, right? To surpass, to transcend, to overcome, to pass over, right? It's hard to describe like the exact meaning, but you should probably be able to get a good grasp of it with those usages that have been shown. And that's consistent with the way that the power is described going forward. Whereas the Echo doesn't really describe shit. And no, I haven't seen the Emperor, but I'm assuming they're doing a Palpatine. Somehow Palpatine returned. Yeah, so the MTL is actually pretty much spot fucking on here. Yeah, except for, you know, it kind of doesn't get the tone right, obviously. But it says, like, the Caramel Empire was constructed here. Was built up in one lifetime by this emperor. You know, he's now over 80 in his old age. And the empire is, you know, currently in flux, or is in, you know, is being shaken by the issues raised with the question of his successor. Right? Yeah, there's a succession crisis. It's difficult, it's always very difficult to get, like, this sort of very, very info-dense line to read well. You really have to move around a lot of lines and get things to work well. But yes, there's a succession crisis, and that's threatening the stability of the Empire. So, presumably, she's setting this up to say, like, hey, you know, the princes, the people who are in line for succession are probably keen to prove themselves and get placed as the crown prince or whatever, right? To overcome the throne, something like that, is where, you know, like, this is where the conversation seems to be leading.
天与の資質を持つ主導者です。後継ぎに失敗すれば国が滅ぶ可能性すらあります。先の戦い以降、帝国の動きが鈍いのはそれが理由なのです。
Okay, MTL totally fucks this one. Totally fucks this one. What she's saying is that if the person who succeeds the Emperor is not up to the same caliber of the Emperor, then the whole thing is going to collapse. Right? Yeah, it's... Oh yeah, Tengyol? I've actually seen that one before. I don't know where I've seen that one before, but yeah, it's... Like, it's literally like they're, you know, they're saying that they're like a once in a century, like, sort of leader. The abilities and leadership capabilities that they possess is... Yeah, literally means given by the heavens, but in context here means like they are a... You know, they're a ridiculously incredible leader. They're one of a kind. And if his successor were to fail, the country will fall to ruin. Right? Nobody else other than the current emperor would be able to maintain the empire at the state that it currently is. Right? It'll fall to decline without somebody of that same caliber. So, as such, they've been preoccupied with the, with the matter of the succession, with the internal conflicts, and the issues that will arise with finding a successor who is capable of carrying out the legacy of this supremely talented commander, the supremely talented emperor, and as such, Eorzea has been able to buy some time before the next attack, right? They haven't been able to rally because they've been preoccupied with that.
そのおかげで、エオルゼア諸国は、零細被害からの復興に集中できているのですけどね。
Exactly. Like, that, and that's the exact next line. She says, thanks to that, Eorzea has been able to recover and, without having to fight. Right, since the Empire has been so focused on their internal political struggles and the succession crisis, Eorzea has been able to buy enough time to rally. And recover from the damage caused by the Seventh Spiritual Disaster.
しかし、エオルゼア侵攻軍には、まだ帝国大14軍団が残っています。
They said it! Perhaps the real friends we made were the Imperial 14th Legion along the way. It's the 14th Legion. They did it. They did the thing. Yeah, so they're saying that but there is still an Imperial force in Eorzea right now. Or like very close, right? And those were the dudes that were, that we saw before where that spy from Alamigo was. Which, it's kind of crazy that they set up the whole, like, Alamigan thing right from the jump. Like, of course it would be the dude from Alamigo who would be a spy. The Final Fantasy 14. Us. If the Empire has its way, it'll be the end for us, the fantasy folk. As such, their code name to finish us off once and for all. The final... I probably shouldn't say solution. I'm Jewish, it's fine. The final solution to us fantasy folk. Final Fantasy 14.
軍団長、ガイウス・バン・バエサル。その存在
Gaius von Baesar. God. So fucking cool. Honestly, he's so cool that, like, can I just join up with him? He's clearly right. I mean, like, look at his fucking armor. He's so cool. Yeah, and she's saying that his existence, right, is a threat. Like, his presence. So sonzai. Like, just by existing here, he's a fucking... Ooh. Well, really, no, she's being evasive, so she's just saying, like, his presence here is being a threat. But it is a cool use of term. お前の存在がミス。
ブリダニアをはじめとするエオルゼア諸国は0歳からの復興で手一杯。帝国との戦いは後回しにしたいというのが本音です。
Yeah, so Gridania and the other, Eorzean countries had their hands full recovering from the spiritual disaster. They want to put off, right, fighting the Empire for as long as they can, I believe, right? Like, they're trying to stall. Right, and she's saying honne, which is... Oh god. please stop me if this goes into too much of a thing, but it's honne and tatemae. You might have heard the terms before, the real face and the false face, right? Right? This is the concept in Japanese of your true intentions and the face that you put out to the world, right? You've probably heard this. I think in Shogun they explain it very well, right? You know, the whole three faces thing, your true self, the face that you show others, and the face that you show to no one, right? Honne is very important. So, yeah. Yeah, blah, blah, blah. So, honne is your true intentions, right? That is your absolute, like, that is your true thoughts, your true self. So what she's saying here is that what she's saying here is essentially without saying it. So notice she hasn't actually said these words anywhere. But what she means here is Gridania and all the other Eorzean countries have their hands full recovering from the sudden spiritual disaster. No matter what they say, what they actually mean, like their actual intention, is to stall the battle against the Empire for as long as they can. Right? So what she's saying here is, disregard anything that, the people in Uldar, Limsa, or really even us say. Even if they say, like, yes, absolutely, we'll get to work on readying for battle as soon as we can, what they actually mean is, we're trying to fucking stall. Right? She never says those exact words. She never accuses anybody, but by saying honne, she really is. She's saying, like, it doesn't matter what they say. What they mean is, their true intentions are to stall for as long as they can. They want to buy as much time as they can. They don't want to get back into the fight until they are absolutely forced to. Right? Their honest intentions are honest intentions.
それにエオルゼアの脅威は帝国だけではありません。各国ともに蛮族、蛮神問題を抱えています。
Yeah. And it's not just the Empire that is a threat to Eorzea. Each country has its own barbarian and Banshin problems to contend with as well.
ある意味で帝国と同じかもしれません。エオルゼア諸国は目下、管轄の蛮人対策を優先しています。外へ目を向ける余裕がないのですから。
Yeah, and she's saying, in that way, we're not that much different from the Empire. We're focusing on our own internal struggles with these, with the barbarians and the barbarian gods, and as such, we can't afford to, devote that much energy or attention to the threats that are looming on our perimeters. Right, she's drawing a direct parallel to the succession crisis and the whole Banshin issue that's going on with all of the various countries. Just as the Empire is being held up with that internal struggle, we have our own internal struggle that is stopping us from devoting our attention to dealing with the Empire.
メルウィブ提督はよろしくと言った。
Yeah, Merwib sent her regards. And yeah, this is another one where yoroshiku is... it's really hard to explain, but, like, yoroshiku is pretty much like saying, send them my regards, tell them I said hi. It could mean either or, depending on the context. But considering what Kanae-san is saying here now, I would probably have Merwib say, like, send her my regards. I don't know. It's a rough one. But basically she's saying, like, since Merwib told me yoroshiku.
それは帝国の放っていた草が刈られたということ。帝国に近く動きがあるかもしれない。
Jesus fucking Christ. She's reading in a lot of, like, they presumably here have some sort of, like, system between them. Wait, 提督府 戦がかられた Oh shit, so she's saying like their spy got killed, right? Is this talking about the spy? I think. No, Cross, this is like... So the thing is that... It has to be referring to the spy, which makes me think that you were completely right about the whole spy reading before. This is one that I would definitely have to ask Michael. Yeah, I would like to see the English line here to see what they... Because presumably they would have been able to at least ask what... Because this is a line that you would definitely need to ask for clarification on. Because it's sort of intentionally vague. And this is definitely one that I would send over to Michael. But pretty much, like, it's being intentionally vague and saying, like, something about, you know, their... The reading that would make the most sense is that the spy that she sent has been lost, right? Therefore, we can assume that the, you know, the Empire is making some moves close. Like, the grass has been cut? Yeah, that to me, like... Well, grass can mean spy, kind of, maybe, sometimes. It's a... I think they're being roundabout, but this is a hard one. This is a fucking really hard one. But yeah, also Cross, my Japanese is solidly mid-level, right? Like, to be more exact, I've got random bursts of very specific Japanese knowledge, but then a lot of it has gotten rusty to the point where there's a lot of seemingly simple stuff that I'm still making, like, you know, stupid mistakes on. And half of the reason for me doing this whole series is just to force myself to study Japanese again, to build back up that, like, those gaps in my knowledge again, right? You know, because it's been many years since I lived in Japan, and I haven't been studying every single day. And so, by the time we get back to where I am and, like, where I was in fucking Stormblood, my Japanese is gonna be great. But right now, it's shaky. Like, there's definitely times where I'm making pretty stupid mistakes. And, you know, I'll be upfront about that. However, that's literally, like, that doesn't mean that the English equivalent is... Yeah, like, a project like that is a really good idea. It doesn't mean that the English is like, correct, though. The English is... The big thing with Final Fantasy XIV is the English is so wrong that even even somebody with only a middling or, like, a low-level understanding of Japanese can tell that they're just not getting the same story. Right? Yeah, the big thing that I need to do with Anki is to set up, like, kunyomi and onyomi readings. Right? Like, that's a big one to be able to correctly identify kanji that I don't recognize. To be able to cycle through all the potential readings. Right? Like, you know, if you see a kanji used in a weird way, so you could actually be like, you know, is that supposed to be like... Is that supposed to be shou, or is that supposed to be kiss? Right?
ガレマール帝国大14軍団が動けば、番組優先とも言っていられなくなりましょう。
Yeah, okay. So this is really important. So what she's saying here is, if the 14th Division starts mobilizing, we can't afford to prioritize the Banshin issue anymore. Which, again, she's being super indirect. But combining this with what she said with the Honne thing before, is that she is very subtly criticizing the other countries as well. Right? She hasn't... Since Japanese does not have, you know, individual pronouns or individual subjects in every single sentence, what she says here at the end is just... you know, you cannot... You can't prioritize the Banshin issue anymore, the the icon. I believe they changed all of the things from primal to icon, which I'm kind of fine with. A good translation of Banshee is really hard. Because it just means, like, foreign god. Like, strange, foreign, barbarian god. No, that's not true? Oh, I went through the, Oh, Banshee is primal, they do something else for icon? Son of a bitch. I thought they changed it. Because it doesn't make sense. But, God, 言っていられなくなりましょう。言っていられなくなりましょう。What the fuck sort of saying is that? Right? There's so many layers of fucking Keigo, it's ridiculous. Like, it cannot be said that the issue of the barbarian gods ought to take precedence. Something along those lines. So she's not saying it directly. She's not saying that her country can't say that. She's saying in general. But since she hasn't called anybody else out by name specifically, it's not like a diplomatic issue, because she's just kind of saying it in general. This is why Keigo is such a fucking pain in the ass, and it's why people who speak like this are scary. Because the sheer amount of criticism and of vitriol that can be spewed, well, like with a perfectly squeaky clean aura. Yeah, it is no longer the case that the matters of the primal gods can be said to take precedence. Right? Something along those lines. Which is a ridiculous sentence.
そうですね。ラウバーン局長の言う通りかもしれません。
It says, yes. It may be exactly as Director Alban says. Which, again, this is like that contradictory speech almost. Yutori is exactly as he says, and then kamoshinemasen is perhaps. Right? Perhaps it is exactly as he says. Which in English seems completely contradictory.
三国による追悼式典を催し、今一度あの戦いを振り返りましょう。皆で一丸となるためにも。
Yes. Let us remember or look back on the battle with a memorial ceremony of the three countries. Let us all be united as one. Yeah, that's fine. The way the Xa line is, the Admiral desires my counsel regarding a brazen wolf. She means to tell me that the Empire may soon resume its advance. I think they're trying to do a similar thing, where in Japanese it's kind of like, hey, what does she mean by Xa? And so she's like, codename, right? You know, like they're using like a code name, like the eagle has left the nest or some bullshit like that, right? It's fine. I don't actually have a huge problem with that because it's a very difficult thing to do in the JP. Notice though she hasn't brought up the 12 once yet. Actually, I thought she was gonna bring them up all over the fucking place. She hasn't done it once. Yup, he's receiving the letter with both hands. Classic Japanese thing. I would have thought that if anybody would care about the 12, it would be
この
Gridania.
件は了解しました。ラウバーン局長へは私から直接返事をしておきます。
Christ, man. Yeah, I understand. Like, I've been made aware of the situation. I will prepare a reply to Director Raban immediately.
この旅の使者の
Oh,
任
Gaius
ご
is
苦労
called the
様で
Black
した。
Wolf. It makes sense. Thank you for your efforts in serving as our emissary on this occasion. Yeah, now she's thanking you as well. Shikoku no Oro. Jet black royal wolf. Oh yeah! Fuck yeah, that's sick! Like, you would go with, like, pitch black, like the fucking pure black wolf king. Or some shit like that.
3都市を結ぶ飛空艇循環飛空便が開放されます。
Yep, you can fly around. Let me
この先、部外者立ち入り禁止だ。
Oh god damn it! They're saying it's off limits. Okay. Let me go talk to some of these dudes.
これより先は幻術師たちの瞑想の場、広志老樹瞑想窟だ。幻
Yep, they're just saying that this is the place for the Illusionist Guild.
五託船に今期の稼ぎがかかってるんだ。悪い結果じゃないことを祈るよ。森の恵み、
I'm just kind of
水の
scanning
さざ
for.
めき、風土の移ろい、精霊が我らに伝えてくださる言葉を聞き、それを求
Oh
める
shit!
方
Okay,
々
this
に
is
お
probably
伝
a
えしてい
really.
るのでございます
They probably really fucked this line up. What he says is the spirits of the forest convey this information to them. Like, the actually they probably do that. Yeah, Gardenia is all about Seire. You know, they don't really talk about the fucking, but like the 12 much at all. Like, it's all about like the spirits of the forest. Like, they're animists. Oh my. I teleported to Limsa and the first thing I hear is bree 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 bree. Ridiculous.
ここは八分儀広場。今や航海には必須になっているエーテライト
Okay,
も設置されて、
let's get the fuck out of
冒険者
Limsa
に
and
とって
into some
も重
place
要な
where,
場所になっているよ。
like, let's go talk to the people in the lower deck and see if they speak in like a noticeably rough manner. Yeah, welcome to Limsa. Enjoy your fucking stay. Average Limsa experience. Limsa balls. But yeah, like, we're on the docks, right? We're gonna go, let's go talk to an NPC on, like, the docks. These dudes talk like hella pirates in the English, right? Yeah, that's like the fishers. These are the guild people. I just want, like, a regular-ass NPC. Like, just a regular-ass NPC. That ship to the right is very important. Oh, this one? Big ship? Storicia. Astricia? Yeah, let's try it out. Is there anybody to talk to here? Ooh. Yo ho ho. Yeah, he's kind of doing like a yo ho ho. That's definitely like a yo ho ho. Yeah, let's get on to the deck. Well, they're kind of being like, that's like some jovial. Look at him go! Look at him go! Oh yeah. Hostafwab?
我ら断罪党はリムサ・ロミンサの三大海賊でも最も大きな勢力を誇っている。
Solution Party are the most powerful three major parties.
我らは遥か遠く東方海域まで航海し、帝国族領の船を襲撃しているのだ。そうした働きができるのも我らの実力ゆえと覚えておけ。
Yeah, so he's just saying that, like, they've sailed the seas and raided ships along the Empire, and, you know, like, to keep in mind, like, you know, they're strong enough to do that, right? You know, he's bragging about it. He doesn't speak in, like, a, yar, matey! Yeah, he's not speaking like a pirate at all, and not even rough. Like, he's speaking like a privateer, really. You know, like, this is like an old school privateer type, where he's like, you know, he's just laying down the facts. They're well put. He's well put together. Yeah, he's not even using like super. Like he's using impolite speech, but he's not even slurring. You know, he's not saying like "oboite oku na, oboite okuze," you know, any of that sort of shit. Yeah, you shouldn't be talking
こ
like
の
a full
都
on
市の
Pirate of the
海
Caribbean
賊
ass
は斧
motherfucker.
術の達人揃いだって聞いてたから武者修行として片っ端から喧嘩を売り歩いてるの。目指せ100人斬りよ。
Yeah, so that you're just practicing fighting the pirates with the axes and shit. Yeah, no. They don't talk like old-fashioned yar har har matey pirate types at all. Is, you know, they could if they wanted to, but the whole point with Limsa, from what you learn about Merweb later, is that the pirates are no longer pirates. She's unified the place and turned them into respectable people. Like, that's sort of the point. Right? Like, everybody stopped doing, you know, random acts of violence under the orders of Merweb because they respect her so much. Right? She's shown in the Japanese to be a leader that commands respect, not through any form of like particular violent authority or anything like that, but just due to a natural leadership, right? You know, everybody looks up to her to an extent that nobody would dare go against what she says. Well, yeah, I mean, like, they were still saying that they, like, raid Empire boats, but, and I believe that it's, like, a little bit of a point of contention that, you know, like, there's a small group that are still doing, like, regular pirate shit, and Merweb is like, the fuck are you doing? You know, we're not pirates anymore. That's not what we do.
面会ご苦労様でした。見事大役を果たし、飛空艇で三国を旅することができるようになったあなたに一つ頼みたいことがあるのですが。
Yeah, thank you very much for your vision. Now you're able to to travel between the three countries at will. You know, like I have something to ask of you who has become able to travel between those countries at will.
以前、カヌエ・センナ様の従者としてリムサ、ロミンサを表敬訪問した折、バデロンという方に便宜を図っていただきました。
When I made a courtesy visit to Limslamins in the past, of Kanaesena, Baderon was kind enough to offer his services. Formerly, piracy is abolished.
その彼が
many
腕の
aren't
立
happy
つ
about
冒険者を探しているらしいのです。今一度、リムサ、ロミンサに赴いて、溺れたイルカ艇のバデロンに会っていただけませんか？
Could you please go to Limslamins and meet Baderon of the Drowned Sea Pavilion? Okay, what actually is this? What actually is this place name? Hold up. I have absolutely no idea what the katakana for that ship name was supposed to be. Yeah, it's definitely not that. So I don't use any sweet dead. Wait, what is this? Wait, what is this place name? Utica. Wait a minute, isn't that Utica? Wait, that's Dolphin. Wait, yeah, that is fucking hilarious. Wait, that is the kanji for pig. Dude, bro, Japan, what are you doing? Sea pig? Dolphin? Oh, wait, oh, okay. Hold up. In the English, they changed that to drowned wench, which is just like a weird, like, you know, violence against prostitutes thing. When it's about dolphins. Who was in charge of Limsa Lominsa again? Is like their main thing? Was it Koji? Weird. Oh wait, also in Limsa, don't they, you know, in the English they have like a purpose-made slur for the fish people where they're called like fishbacks? I'm not kidding. That's also Koji? Weird. Why the fuck do people who are like supposedly super progressive champion that dude? He just puts in like a reference to a real world slur and changes a place name from being like the Drowning Dolphin, which is a like, you know, like that's a pirate ass place name where it's like, you know, contradictory, right? Like the place name is the Drowning Dolphin. Which, that's a perfectly pirate name. And he changes it to the Drowning Wench? Why the fuck would anybody go there? It's like, oh yeah, dude, you wanna... Yo, bro, I know this great dive bar we can go to in Chicago. It's called the Dead Hooker. Right? Like, what are you doing, my guy? Again, how does that count as world building? How does that count as writing when you just take, like, you take a fun name, like Drowning Dolphin, which is it's a good little, like, it's a, you know, like, oh, that's not, like, a thing that you would normally expect. It's a dolphin. They can swim. Oh, but it's like a dolphin that can't swim. That's the name of the place. Oh, okay, that sounds piratey. To Drowning Wench, which is just like a drowning prostitute. Okay. Like, who the fuck would work at the Drowned Wench? Like, this is a place where you get murdered.
Yo, いらっしゃい。
Yo.
空いてる席に座ってくんな。と、客じゃないようだな。
Okay, so here's a case of a dude who does speak very informally. It's like, hey, welcome in. Just take a seat wherever you like. You know, take a seat wherever you like. But, you don't look like a customer, huh? You ain't a customer, are you?
その姿、お前さんが連絡のあった冒険者だな。
Yeah, you... Oh, somebody like, oh, you gotta be that adventurer that I called for.
俺が溺れたイルカ艇の店主、バデロンだ。よく来てくれたな。
Yeah, the owner of the Drowned Dolphin, Balderon. Like, I'm the owner of the Drowned Dolphin, Balderon. Thanks for coming.
ちょっと厄介事を頼まれて欲しくてな。準備ができたら声をかけてくれよ。
Yeah, so this guy is speaking very informally, but he's speaking informally in like a fun way, right? It's like, yeah, I got a little bit of a tricky problem that I need some help with. Right? Like a little bit of an issue I need some help with. Like, when you're ready, give me a shout. Like, you know, hit me up. Give me a shout is totally fine, or just like, you know, come on back when you're ready. Wait a minute, what? Wait, did it just kick me out of New Game Plus? Wait, it just kicked me out of New Game Plus. What the fuck just happened? Wait, was that the end of Chapter 1? Oh god, I didn't read. So wait, if I just start Chapter 2... I'll say in school sheet... Wait, what? Hold up. Wait, why? Oh, huh? Now it lets me do it? Okay. I guess I was standing too close to him. Yeah, he's right here, so... Santasha.
わざわざ出向いてもらったのは他でもねえ。
言ってもらったのは他でもね。
エールポートの北にあるサスタ社新食堂に不審な風体の男たちが出入りしていると情報があってな。その調査を頼みたいんだ。
Yeah, there's some suspicious looking people going in and out of the Satasha, like, erosion cave north of, port. I'd like you to investigate. Oh yeah, dungeon name, Satasha.
こんな曖昧な情報で依頼を出すのは気が引けるんだが。
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty vague for to be sending out like a specific request.
ココリムサロミンサじゃ、先日、サハ銀族の息がかかった海賊団が一騒ぎを起こしたばかりでな。少しばかり住民が過敏になっているんだ。
Yeah. You know, the residents are a little sensitive because recent services got group pirates under the control of the Sahagin tribe. Yeah, I don't. The English is just going to be incomprehensible here because it's just fake British. It's just not even an actual British accent. Yeah, just saying that, you know, people are on edge because of the moves by the Sahagin and the
そこから
pirates and
先
shit.
は私が説明しよ
Then I'll take it from here. Yeah. I'll take care of the explanation from here. Different character.
う。いよう、レーナー・ハンスレッド殿。イエロージャケットの偉いさんがここに来るなんて珍しいな。
よう。レーナー・ハンスレッドさん。ハンスレッド殿。イエロージャケットの。Yeah, he's saying like, you know, what's an important guy in the Yellow Jackets doing over here? You know, people like you don't normally show up in places like this.
例の件を冒険者に依頼したと耳にしたのでな。
Yeah, I heard that you were asking adventurers to help with this issue.
最
Yeah,
近、エールポートの近
got that
海、
info.
幻影諸島の周辺で不審船が目撃されている。
Suspicious vessel been spotted in the vicinity of the Phantom Islands in the waters near the airport. Near the airport. Yes. Airport. Yep.
実は先日、その調査も兼ね、リムサ・ロミンサの警備隊、イエロージャケットが、この洞窟を調査したばかりなのだ。
Oh, airport? Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. That makes more sense. Fuck. I hate katakana. I hate katakana. I hate katakana so fucking much. Fuck katakana. You can never understand what people are trying to say. Literally everybody echoes the sentiment. Every single foreign Japanese speaker is just like, don't stop. Stop using katakana. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, the Yellow Jackets conducted a survey of this cave as well. Yep, survey.
その時には名門な魔物、クワールが住み着いていたことを確認しただけだったのだが。
Yeah. The only thing that they managed to confirm is that a ferocious monster, the Carl, has taken up residence in the cave.
調査後、すぐに、この目撃情報だ。さすがに気になってな。
Yeah, that information came to light him immediately following the investigation. So he's interested.
この地の蛮族、サハギン族の動きが活発になっていることもあり、短期とはいえ、我々の兵力を割くわけにはいかん。
Yeah, this line is pretty much backwards, I'm pretty sure. Hang on. He's also speaking in a fairly roundabout manner. I did also just kind of zone out. I'm gonna be real. なってることもいやいや我々の Yeah, he's saying that they can't afford to divert their forces from the whole Sahagian issue. Like, they can't spare the manpower to go investigate the cave, basically.
そこで冒険者の君への依頼というわけだ。この依頼を受けてもらえるとありがたい。
I would greatly appreciate it if you were to take on this request as an adventurer.
助かるよ。よろしく頼む。
よろしく頼む. Yes. Like, thank you very much for your help. I wish you the best of luck.
サスタ社新食堂は西ラノシアにある。道順についてはバメルパに聞くといいだろう。
バメルパ。
彼女は河岸搬送の
What are these
船着き場にいるはずだ。
Yeah, the cave is located in western Lanosia. Lanosia? Lanosia? You can ask Famille for direction. She should be at the landing on the lower deck level.
そういうわけだ。頼んだぜ。
そういうわけだ. So he didn't explain shit. He's just like, "Yup, that's about it. Thanks. Thanks for the help." Yup, begging ya. It's like, you didn't explain shit. That's not explicitly like a joke, but it is a little bit humorous. I'm sure that they completely fucked that in the English. See, the big thing is, like... The big thing is that the way that people talk is very, very specific. In the Japanese. That the dude from the Yellow Jackets was speaking in a more formalized, like, you know, put-together militaristic fashion. Right? Like a, you know, like a guard. And the dude from the Drowning Dolphin is just like, "Hey, what's up, bro?" You know, he's rough and tumble. He's rough and tumble, but not rude. You know, like, or anything like that. He's friendly.
西ラノシアへ行くには、この船着き場からエールポートへの船便を利用するといいでしょう。
Yeah. Where the adventure had been requested, yeah, you took on the request from Captain Rayner. Rayner? Yeah, I guess it's Rayner. You take this boat, get over to where we're going. Yep.
西ラノシア到着後ですが、すぐにサスタ社新食堂へ向かうのではなく、エールポートの北に立つ初心者の館へ向かってください。
I'm loath to assign the task to the limited forces at my disposal. My line is stretched thin as it is. Yeah, Rayner was, well, Rayner. His name is probably supposed to be Rayner, like, you know, like Mount Rayner. Yeah, after arriving at don't go immediately to Satasha, but go to the beginner's house built north of.
初心者の館では冒険者ギルドの者と戦闘における立ち回りを訓練することができます。
This is the training for how to go into a dungeon.
挑戦しておくといいでしょう。
Yeah, figuring out katakana names is a huge pain in the ass. Like for the fucking tweet that I made for the thing that Raoban said, right? The dude's names are like that Raoban calls out are Jakisu, and Kurobisoa. What the fuck is a Kurobisoa? And trying to search for that in English, impossible. I eventually found that it was Cloviso, spelled like Cloviso, spelled like Louiso. Because, you know, they were trying to do like a French thing.
初心者の館はエールポートを出てすぐ正面にあります。
Oh, they got airport right this
館
time.
内のギルドの熟練冒険者か。
Yeah. It's just saying like, hey, go get training on how to do a dungeon. Hey, wait a second. Since I've got like, you know, Patch and people in here, we could probably just do these dungeons with Streamlabs instead of having to do anything else. That way, like, if we wanted to look around in the dungeon and stuff for, you know, dialogue and things like that, we would be able to. Do we have enough people to get 4? Yeah, we probably do. I'd imagine we do. I hate running fucking Satasha. Oh yeah, I could do the trusts. That too. Because they also give you like the bonus voice lines and stuff. We could do that. Yup. Yeah, she got the message from the Yellow Jackets. We're aiming for the Satasha. Yeah. She's just saying like this is literally all just tutorial text telling you about how to go to the dungeons. Yeah. Go to the beginner's hall, learn about fighting with your friends. Training yourself from the adventure structure. Yes. We can pretty much skip all of this. None of this has any actual story relevance. If you're ready for a fight, head north of the Yellow Jacket Guards from the Erosion Cave. Yep. Oh, I don't actually need to do it. I don't need to do the tutorial. Fuck yeah. The problem with the trusts, though, is that the AI do no fucking damage, from what I've seen. They do, like, 0 damage. Payoreo.
調査なんて簡単だろう。俺たちの初舞台にちょうどいい。
Yeah, just investigation,
冒険者
easy
ギルドに
business.
着いた途端にうまい話を聞けるなんて、さすがはリーダー、ついてるな。
Oh no, these guys are gonna fucking die.
バデロンから調査依頼を受けた冒険者とはお前か。ご苦労待ちかねていたぞ。
Yeah, it's not research, it's an investigation, right? We're launching an investigation, a survey into the cave. I've been waiting for you.
昨今、エールポート近海の幻影諸島周辺において、不審船が目撃されていてな。
Yup, suspicious shippings was spotted in the vicinity of the Phantom Islands and the waters near the airport.
イエロージャケットでは、幻影諸島付近に海賊の拠点があるのではないかと警戒していたのだ。
The Yellow Jackets are on the lookout for a pirate
そん
stronghold
な
in
時だ。
that surrounding
こ
area.
こ、サスタ社新食堂に不審な風体の男たちが出入りしているとの情報が寄せられた。
Yeah.
不審な風体の男たちが、蛮族サハギン族に加担する海賊団、海蛇の下のものであったとすれば。
Okay. What if the suspicious looking men were from the Tongue of the Sea Serpent? Hold up. Let me just check and see if that name is actually correct. This is a pretty important line probably. Let me just double check. Because I do not trust my eyes right now. Yeah, that's like Tongue of the Sea Serpent. Technically it's Sea Snake, but Sea Serpent does work. Yeah, it's like perhaps, you know, like, what if the suspicious looking men were from the Tongue of the Sea Serpent, a pirate band that is affiliated with the barbarian Sahagin? Yeah.
ここ最近の騒動で浮き足立つ住民にさらなる混乱を呼ぶことになる。
Yeah, so it's people already have their hands full with enough things as it is. We don't need, you know, we don't need them to be their daily lives to be disturbed any more than they already are, right?
冒険者よ、急ぎサスタ社新食堂を調査し、不審者の正体を明らかにするのだ。
Yeah, so please head into the cave and reveal the identities of these suspicious people. Wow. Yes. Go into dungeon. Yes. I have read all the information. I've done a dungeon before. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can just do it with NPCs. So, I mean, I probably should just do it with the NPCs to see the extra dialogue, right? Because it is like unique dialogue. Unique information. At least for this one, I'll just do this. It appears to have level capped me down. Yeah, maybe the generic NPCs don't talk, but... God, the flyby shots for the dungeons are so sick. I'm a really big fan of those. Do such a good job of setting the tone. Yeah, the flyby Home Depot dungeon video. It is pretty great. I am sort of on White Mage. Uh-oh. I am sort of on White Mage. Gambaruka. Yeah. Oh no. He's not even doing, oh god, it's like playing with the worst DPS ever. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this is awful. Oh, this is truly terrible. Oh, they won't pull unless I specifically, like... Oh, no. All I have is cure. Oh, no. Healer is the best class for these dungeons? Yeah. I mean, kind of. Oh wait, there's like a... Ooh.
メモらしきものを見つけた。船長は晴天の青い海原がお好き。
Captain likes blue skies. Heat. Hey, he's fine. He's fine. Don't worry about him. He's fine. We're just going on a little walk, man. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just kind of, like, I can probably just full pull, right? And just, like, drag them with me. Oh, blue is the coral color. Yeah. I forgot that there was, like, a puzzle and stuff. Hey, come on. Well, you gonna let me go down? Come on, buddy. You got it. Just put a little dot onto everybody. Just dipping some dots. I have literally... Ooh. Swift cast cure. Hey, he's fine. He's fine. He's fine. He's sort of just kind of standing in it. But he's fine. It didn't, we're stuck doing this. Oh god. Do you have to kill the clams? I can't remember if you gotta kill the clams. You don't have to kill the clams? Alright. Now I'm just gonna get... I'm just getting my dot onto everybody and then gonna start chucking rocks. Oh wait, but they keep spawning little fire things if you don't take them out. Yeah, you can just... we can probably just... I can probably just lead them through and be like, hey guys, it's time to leave. Come on. Time to leave. Yeah, I mean, I guess I can just throw, like, dot on him. Right? This is very odd, doing it like this. This is very strange. I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to be doing. Feels very weird. I'm probably not going to do this for any of the further dungeons. This sucks. I almost want to back out. I don't think I can do them unsynced. Yeah, Sasasha does just kind of suck in general, you're right. But it's like, okay, I want to pull here and just like grab everything and force my tank to just fucking deal with it. But he's just, yeah, he's coming, he's trying. Oop, that was accidentally Medica. God, not having any of my regular buttons feels weird. Wall to wall or not at all, exactly. Being level synced down feels so odd because none of the muscle memory or anything like works. Right? It just feels like I'm just kind of like doing nothing. To the point where it's just like, yeah, okay, I'm just kind of pressing buttons here. Like, I guess. Mostly it's that the DPS don't seem to be doing DPS. God, not having AoE fucking blows. Wait a minute, was there another memo, or is it just press the blue one? It's just press the blue one, right? Wow. Whoa, where'd he come from? Stone. 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 Swiftcast, stone. Sure, why not? Stone. 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 Oh, my mana isn't at max. Hold on. Stone. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm just gonna try and, like, Suicide Fold just to see what I can do. It would be kind of funny. Oh, no, I shouldn't have actually picked... I shouldn't have hit that. Wait, let's hit the switch again, right? It's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it. The thing is that I actually, like... I really like White Mage. It's very funny. My favorite classes are all, like... They're like Starbucks white girl classes. I'm not even gonna attempt to front. I have, like... With my class selection, you would think I have a fucking, like, Stanley Cup collection. I like the simple classes. I like the ones where I just gotta, like, I can just play reactive, I just do my thing, I vibe, I look at the mechanics in the fight. Starbucks white girls play Astro? Fuck, you're right, because of the tarot cards. Shit. Fuck, you're right. Well, no, because I'm talking about Starbucks white girls. Like, I don't think Starbucks white girls are, like, the astrology type. That's more like... No, because an astrology type white girl wouldn't be caught dead at a Starbucks because it's a corporate chain. Yeah, may you walk in the light of the... No, it would be of, like, the quartz. Or something like that, right? Turquoise. They absolutely play as, you know some of them? I'm sorry for your loss. Oh, sit down. See you. There's the parrot. Wait a minute, why is he limit breaking? he burned a fucking limit break.
逃げられたわ。厄介なやつね。
Like, it is kind of based, but at the same time... Here, let's just, ba-da-da-da-da. I'm pulling it. How about this? I cast damage over time. Bet you weren't expecting this one. I cast damage over time. Arrow. Man, this tank fucking hates me. This tank hates my ass. Oh yeah, for the really fucked up rape joke. That goes down in the English. That just isn't there in the Japanese. Which, again, considering, like, it's almost like there's some sort of weird track record from Koji with, like, being weird about female characters. Starbucks white girls are all dancers, BTW? Well, then it's a good thing my favorite DPS is Dancer. That's literally my favorite DPS. Fucking love Dancer. It's so much fun. Slay Queen. So yeah, you know, considering this, considering the drowned wench, the you know, the later description of a certain character's wind-up toy doll, right? It's almost like Koji Fox has some sort of, wait a minute. Okay, we need to, oh, we need the key. Kogiko. It seems as though Koji Fox is some sort of, like, weird shit with female characters. Yeah. Yeah, so she just said, like, I'm not a pirate. Like, I'm not with them. Right? Right? That's just what she said. So it's implied, right? That these women have been captured, right? It's unsavory, right? They're definitely not necessarily here of their own volition, right? It's implied. The English here has that character say, "Please, I'm not with them. I swear to you on what little remains of my virtue." Which, why would a victim of something like that say shit like that? Like, are you kidding me? No, that was the room. That was the character. She says, like, "Please, I'm not with them. I swear to you on what little remains of my virtue." But yeah, there's this room as well. Yeah, it's almost like he, like, injects that into a lot of places. And it's really fucking weird. Like, why would you do that? That's just like a silo. This is the room, right? No, not the room. Oh, but there's a key that we get for them. Yeah, I'll full explore. Sure, let's just get arrow back up, whatever. I'm not even remotely paying attention, I'm just reading chat. Yeah, like... So this is also the sort of thing where... Oh wait, no, this is just a fucking chest. This is the sort of thing where when people say, like, you know... Oh, the reason why translations are always bad is because people from, like, LA go woke or whatever. This is the fucking literal opposite of that. Like, this is the actual opposite of that. This is like a middle school boy putting in just, like, really off-color and just kind of gross. You know, like, this shit is... It's definitely not, like, you know, PC. For sure. But for some reason, the people who are all about, like, you know, turbo progressive shit are like, fine with this. Yeah, like, sex slaves and calling people fishbacks. Which is, that's just like, if you're making up a fantasy slur, you probably shouldn't just reference an existing regular slur and use the exact same context. Like, you probably shouldn't. Right? Like, is that just me? Like, that's probably not great. Young Yeah, that's the door. I'm just clearing it out. No, I'm gonna go back. I'm just clearing the whole place out in case there's stuff. Yeah, but I mean, like, the changes that are being made here are things that these people should be upset about. Like, this is the sort of thing that they're claiming is, like, you know, they constantly talk about, like, he was saying, like, oh, Harshaphant would give, like, people in the West would have a negative reaction to a character like that. And then he turns around and just, like, puts in the drowning wench and, like, shit about sex slaves? Right? Like, how is that not... That's worse. By a lot. Like, by a very, very large margin. You know, people constantly talk about, like, oh yeah, you know, well, if it's something that's, like, fucked up in the Japanese, that's not censorship, it's just making it better. It's like, and yet, the person who's changing things here is putting in stuff that is more insensitive than the things that are in the Japanese, by a large margin. Right? Like, you get what I'm putting down here, right? To be clear, I'm not saying that I'm, like, offended or whatever. What I'm saying is that it's just massively hypocritical. Yeah, they're just saying, like... And she's crying for her mother. And like, in her sleep. We got Lala's. Like, can we go now? Yeah, they're just thanking you for coming for their aid and asking if they can go. There's no joke. Because why would there be? Like, why on earth would you put a joke there? The thing is, they don't really do any of this sort of thing later. No, it's not. They don't say any, like, weird fucked up shit in the Japanese. Like, there is unsavory elements being implied there, right? Like, it's definitely being implied, but they really do move away from that later in the game past ARR. Like, this sort of, like, stock fantasy, the bandits have come and kidnapped people thing doesn't really show up again, ever? Really? At all? So this is kind of like a holdover, but yeah, no, they don't, like... do that. Because they're not like weird fucked up creeps. Yeah, and they're being brainwashed by normal pirate, or by, yeah, they've been captured by brainwashed pirates. Yeah, the main thing is that they're going to be converted by Leviathan. Potentially. It definitely doesn't look good, right? To say that they aren't implying that they're being held there and, you know, potentially sexually assaulted is, you know, that's it seems to be at least implied, but it's definitely not explicitly stated, and it's definitely not made light of. Right? They don't make a fucking joke out of it. Yeah, I am very interested to see what their word for, like, the brainwashing is. Oh yeah, I should probably be using Swiftcast. Honestly, like, the idea of Swiftcasting rock is so fucking foreign to me now.
また逃げた次は絶対捕まえるよ。
Yeah, well, he's running away again. We'll get him next time. Ooh. Oh god, they're gonna end up full pulling this, aren't they? Oh, these fuckers. Oh, these fuckers. Ooh, shit. Can't be letting him go down. Ugh. Okay, I've got the heal overtime on I've got the damage overtime on everybody. Got quick targeting around the environment to put a dot onto everybody as my form of AoE. Fucking hell. I need to get better. Like, I need to select stuff from down here instead of tab targeting. Because that shit sucks. I swear to god, if they limit break a random trash mob, that would be based as hell. It would kind of be based as all hell. Here, let me turn down the game audio a bit. It's a bit loud. Probably on stream. It would be based as fuck. But yeah, I don't know. I really like, for me, Dancer and White Mage, you get to just pay attention to the things that are going on in the fight, and you also get to, like, you know, look around at the environment and all that sort of stuff. It's comfy. Oh, that is pretty nice. Wait, what the fuck? Why is it not letting me... Why wasn't it letting me target? Wait, why is it not letting me tab target? Did I put on, like, numlock or something like that? Wait, I can't click them either. What the fuck is going on? There we go. Huh. That was weird. Oh, party on keyboard is F keys? I actually didn't know that. I should probably switch that to, like, Q. Because I'm using a gaming mouse. So I should switch that to Q so I can just, like, auto swap to the tank. That would actually be really comfy. Whoa! Whoa! Weird terrain breaking line of sight. Oh, yeah. Oh my god, it's doubling up so hard. Shut up. Shut up. Oh wait, yeah, we've got it's like the water spouts. Do we have to do something with the water spouts? I forget. Like, you gotta, like, stand on them or something, or you gotta, like, hit the button. Oh, yeah, you gotta, like, close them. Something like that? You can click them when they bubble, but it's not a big deal? Yeah. Yeah, because it's like they start spawning ads or some shit, right? Yep. Eh, whatever. It's fine. It still is just crazy to me that he actually just made, like, he just did it like a real slur. Like, calling them fishbacks is fucking insane. I couldn't remember if you had to actually clear out all of those guys before we would let you finish the dungeon. But yeah, there's like there's a couple of like really fucked up jokes there in the English that just aren't there in the Japanese at all. Oh yeah. Auto attacking the the boss while standing in melee. Well, I mean, there's a couple of fights where there's like a required thing like that or something, and it's old content. I don't know if old content works the same way. Yeah, speaking of Dancer, actually, I'm gonna go Dancer for a bit. Dancer is comfy. I do not have anywhere near as good of a glam for Dancer, though. Not even remotely close. Oh yeah, it's this guy! I remember this guy.
確かにその依頼は出ていたがな。どうやら一足遅かったようだぜ。
Yeah. So, oh yeah, it's like they beat you to the punch or something. どうやら一足遅かったようだぜ. Like, yeah, it looks like, yeah, I mean, that was the request, so... Yeah, they beat us here and they're taking the credit.
もしかして冒険者ギルドの依頼でサスタ社新食堂の調査をしていたのか?
Or no, he was saying that this guy was slow. Yeah, it's like, yeah, the Adventurers Guild commissioned you to investigate. Yep. No, it wasn't from the Adventurers Guild, it was from somebody else.
その様子では無事に解決したようだな。ははは、残念。先を越されてしまったか。
いいじゃない。冒険を続けていれば、またチャンスはあるわよ。
These fuckers.
そうだな。でも、我々の大いなる目標の前に立ち止まることはできないぞ。
Yup. Hearing the ad, yeah, it is pretty funny. Yeah, they can't afford to stand still. They got a greater goal ahead of them. Yeah, it would be nice if they could sit still.
俺たちはこのエオルゼアンに名を残すために旅をしている。偉大な業績を残してエオルゼアを旅する冒険者にこの一ありと言わせるのが目標さ。
Dolores Bear. Dolores Bear? The fuck sort of name is Dolores Bear? We rode to make a name ourselves here in Eorzea. Our goal is to do great things so that every adventurer who travels through Eorzea will know that there is a man who has done great things. Yeah, they're just looking to spread their name far and wide.
君に目標はあるかい？どんなことでもいい。目標を持つことだ。
Yeah, do you have a goal? As long as you have one, that's good.
目標は心の支えとなる。そして君自身が目を背けない限り、目指すべきものはそこにあり続ける。
Yeah, goals are support for... Yeah, like, you need to have something to strive for in order to be able to move forward. And as long as you don't turn away from that goal, you know, that thing you're striving for will appear. Like, you'll reach that goal that you're aiming for.
それは冒険を続けていく上で、きっと君の心の武器に、心の防具になるだろう。お互い頑張ろうな。
Yeah, it should become a weapon for your mind and armor for your heart as you continue your adventure. Good luck to both. Yeah, we'll all do our best, right? So yeah, he was saying we beat him to it.
よう、帰ったか。で、どうだったい?
It's like, yo, you're back. So, how was it? Oh.
なるほどな、ここにもサハギン族か。てっきり、どこかの海賊の仕業かと思っていたんだが、奴らの動き、これからも注意する必要があるな。
Yeah, so there are Sahagins here too. I'd always thought it was just the pirates, but I'll have to keep an eye on their movements. Yeah. Also, notice, question, has anybody used like a racial slur against the Sahagin yet? No? Weird. Weird that, like, Koji's, the one place that Koji was like, oh yeah, Limsa is my place. I'm gonna put slurs and dead hookers everywhere. You know, in that sense, I can see why, you know, people would be like super down with it. That's, you know, that's some, like, that's some full-on gamer shit. Take a totally normal, you know, well-made place and just put slurs everywhere.
それにしても、サハギン族を討伐しちまうなんてよ。奴らが何を企んでいたかはわからねえが、これでおとなしくなるだろうさ。
Yeah, I can't believe you managed to actually take down those Sahagins. I don't know what they were up to, but I'm sure things are gonna quiet down around here. Right, like, it's gonna get a little bit calmer around here
調
after
査は
that.
無事終了だな。さすがは、噂の冒険者といったところか。助かったぜ。
Yeah, the investigation is concluded. You know, that's... You're definitely the adventurer that we've been hearing about. Right, thank you so much for that.
お前さんに頼みがあってな。今しがた、冒険者ギルドの連絡網に情報が回ってきたんだ。
A favor ask you to read some information on the Adventurers Guild's network. Yeah, it's like things that something that's been making the rounds in the Adventurer Guild information network. Goody. Okay, so there's a like the section of the Adventurers Guild in Gridania is putting out like a request for adventurers.
一癖ありそうな依頼なんだが、無事にサスタ写真食堂を調査してきたお前さんになら任せられると思ってな。
Yeah, it's a little bit of a... This one's going to be a little bit rough, but considering what you were able to accomplish in Satasha, I'm sure we can leave it in your capable hands, right? I'm sure we can leave it to you.
興味があるなら声をかけてくれよ。
Yeah, if you're interested, give me a shot. You know, just like... It's weird, like, the way that you would TL this guy is that you would probably just pick a speaking style and stick to it in terms of slang, right? You know, like, you could have him talk kind of like a sailor-ish kind of dude, potentially, but, you know, he should just be speaking, like, kind of rough and informal. Definitely not going like, I bet hearing there's some movements from those bloody fish backs, bangers and mash, totally who?
おっと、新しい仕事に興味津々って感じだな。よし、じゃあ教えてやるぜ。
Like, oh, you're interested in that new job? Alright then, I'll let you know what's up.
依頼主はグリダニアの冒険者ギルドだ。グリダニアに行ってカーラインカフェのミューヌに話を聞いてきな。
Oh wow, the OCR literally gives up on this. But yeah, you're just saying going over to the Adventurers Guild in the, you know, that section of Gridania, like what, New City or is that Old City? Like this New City, right? I think that might be why it fucked up. Oh no, that's Irainushi. Irainushi. God, why am I'm so fucking off. I am so off today. I wasn't listening at all. Irainushi wa, yeah, Boukensha Gildo. Yeah, the request is coming from the Gridania Adventurers Guild. God. Karain Cafe. Karain Cafe? The fuck is a Karain Cafe? Myunu. に話聞いてたん。素敵な。What? Who the fuck is Myunu? Mewtwo?
サスタ社新食堂の調査をやり遂げたあんたなら、きっといい働きができるだろうさ。
Carline Canopy? Oh, Carline Inn. Yeah, okay. Sure. 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 Also, this seems to be... It seems to have broken. Give me a second. Whoa. Interesting. Wait a minute, what is going on here? Why did it break like this? Yeah, so it's like, since you were able to you know, clear the issue in Stasha, I'm sure you're going to have no issues. But hold up, this is... If this is fucking up, it's gonna make the visual aspect way worse. Give me a second. I've never had more just completely break on me like that. It might be for the best, but I feel bad. Yeah, there we go. Weird. I guess I just had to relaunch it. Yeah, it's just, I'm sure it'll do a great job after all you've done in the case. Yeah. That's, I mean, it's not like a difficult line, but at the same time... I will say that the MTL is definitely fucking me up more than it's helping me. But the problem is, though, is that the times that it is helping is with weird-ass kanji readings that pretty much nobody would actually know off the top of their head. And so it's just managing, like, just pulling from a dictionary faster than I would be able to pull from a dictionary. Huh, wait, no, like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, she's just saying, like, oh, take any seat you like. Oh. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, you're the adventurer that Balderon sent. Right? Yeah, I'm Mune. I have no idea how you would do it. I guess just Mune. Mother Mune? In the end, for master of this tea house, thanks for coming. Oh yeah, she does use Boku. Huh, yeah, no, it's like, it's not doing, Ooh. Yeah, look at that. The OCR is, like, really fucking up. What's going on here? It's like, it's doing one line at a time, but it's not doing anything afterwards. Here, what if I just remake this setting? Yeah, if the OCR is... When you're ready, give me a call. Like, there, okay. Like, will it do... Like, will it just break again, though? Is the question. Okay, I mean, there we go. So, she's saying the request, well, actually... Did you submit a request to the Adventurers Guild? Captain Yuan, the adventurer just showed up. Like, they just arrived. Oh, this fucking loser. Oh, this fucking loser. Oh, no, I remember this guy. Oh, no, I remember this guy, this fucking loser. Look, man, all I'm saying is that taller than elves from Roby built different. All I'm saying is, everybody is wrong. Everybody is wrong. Merwib best girl. And everybody who makes a fuck ephemeral just plays him as a tank or something and makes him look all mean and intimidating. You go like white mage, comfy outfit. These motherfuckers don't know Gap Moe. I swear. Yeah, this guy is Ewan, the captain of the defense. Yeah, he's the defense corps. Person who made the request. What are you talking about? Yeah, like what? Cleanup crew? Misaksen. Hold up. I don't recognize this term. Yeah, search and destroy. Soto Saksen. Big hat. See? You fucking... Exactly. Trimp, you are completely right. Black Mage Femoral for 2 expansions, big hat. Correct.
Oh
no. Tamtara. Another dungeon thing. In the central forest of the Black Forest. Yeah, in the heart of the Black Shroud. So, they actually do call this place the Black Shroud. In the English sometimes. But then they also randomly call it the Twelves Wood. When that doesn't make any fucking sense. Because in the Japanese, it's like the Forest of Spirits. Right? Like, the alt term that they use is like the Spirit Forest. Like, the Forest Shrine. Also, what is that? That's like tomb, right? Toru no. Bolsho. Yeah, graveyard. I recognize the kanji there. Yeah, that's where the sliffs are. It's not the fucking 12's wood. Yeah, Tomtara Graveyard.
大昔、地下都市、
大
ゲルモラ
昔
時代に築かれた遺跡でね。グリダニア建国後も墓所としてグリダニアの民によって使われ続けてきたんだけど。
Yeah. It's a room that was built a long time ago, even after the founding of the country, it continued to be used as a graveyard by the people of Gridania. Black Shroud spirits are very angry treants. Yeah. I don't understand the infatuation with shoving the 12 into places where they just aren't. Right? Like, they've shown up. They have a role in the story, but it's minor. They're mentioned in passing. People, you know, like, there are some organizations that continue to, like, follow some old traditions, but they're very clearly set up as, like, an old thing that people don't really know that much about. Like, even the whole religious organization Church of Fall that they're talking about, when you get into it, they treat it much more like a political organization. And the actual, quote-unquote, teachings of Thal or whatever really aren't widely known. And it's why, like, you know, Luiso calling down the 12 is sort of like a big thing, because that's sort of like the Chilean meme, is that that's ancient lost knowledge, right? Chikatoshi. Gerumora. Oh, okay, so it's like, they're saying, yeah, when the place used to be the underground city of Gelmora, it was used as a graveyard. Yeah, it's the old Dustrat Elezen City. Elezen City. Yeah, if I remember correctly, Suspicious Group is frequenting the tomb of the Santaro tomb. Right after this, we can go over to Old Dawn and talk to the magicians.
しかも、目撃証言によれば、連中はカルト教団最後の軍民の残党のようだ。
最後の軍民。残党のようだ。According to eyewitness testimony, they appear to be the remnants of a cult. That's an interesting cult name. Hold up, 1 second. Checking that. Karuto, he literally says Karuto Kyodan. Saigo no Gunmin. Gunmin. Huh. Wait a minute, that's probably not read as Gunmin. But that's like the swarm. Right? Like the last swarm. Or something along those lines.
奴らは終末思想の危険な集団。何をしでかすか分かったものじゃない。
Yeah, and it doesn't say that, he doesn't say that it doesn't know what they're going to do. They're a group of, it's a doomsday cult that we can't predict the movements of, right? We have no idea what they're planning. Lambs of Dalamud? What? What? God. Bro, the thing is that I think Pika was talking to somebody in like some Discord saying that the Japanese has typos in it sometimes because they like in an expansion they accidentally put down Dalamud as Dalagab. And it's like, that's what we're fucking dealing with, man. People who literally think that Dalamud is like the original. Jesus Christ, 終末師匠の危険な。Yeah, so they're a gathering. They're a gathering of like he's just saying like they're a strange and dangerous doomsday cult, and we really can't predict what they're going to do.
こういう事象は我々神イサム隊の仕事なのだが、先の例祭で腕利きの大使が減ってしまった。
Yeah, things like this fall under the jurisdiction of the core that he is under, which I'm going to, let me pull that up just so I can get like a better actual translation of this. What do I This is one that I would want to get an actual, like, I want the real reading of this too, because that's a weird one. Like the spirit card? Yeah, that's like a really unique.
それにグリダニア周辺に潜む
That's a really unique kanji combo.
人員が不足している。
Hold up, I'm gonna look this up to see if I can get a reading of it. Like, how do you actually read this? And when I search for that 3 kanji compound, everything that shows up is Chinese. Fucking great. Hold up. Maybe it accidentally grabbed the wrong one, but this is maybe it misread the kanji. Hold up. No, that's the right kanji. But it's, yeah, that's just like, okay. What does it say? Like divine hero core? Like spirit heroes? It's weird. I have no idea about that. They're like the divine hero core or whatever. What do they call them in English? Because that's a really weird one. That's a very unique. I call from the yeah, like that is a recurring thing in a lot of Japanese media. The Omshinrikyo, that's Omshinrikyo, is the was that doomsday cult in the 90s that did the sarin gas attack. Pretty much like in the, it's very similar to like like Jonestown, God's Quiver. I mean, the term kami is in there, but it's not. The problem is that just assuming that kami means God is not entirely accurate. right? That's not entirely accurate, but it's a really fucked up compound, so I'll give him a pass. But yeah, like, just like how, Jonestown is sort of the basis. It was the Branch Davidians, right? That's Jonestown? That was the basis for, like, pretty much all, like, doomsday cults in Western media following it. Shinrikyo and the sarin gas attacks are pretty much, like, the basis for crazy religious doomsday cults in Japanese media afterwards, right?
ここ最近、この地を狙う蛮族、イクサル族の動きが活発になっていてな。近く、何か大きな動きがありそうで、警戒しているのだ。
Yeah, so lately the Ixals are, you know, Ixal movement is on the rise, so they need to keep watch because it seems like something big might happen pretty soon.
ぜひ、腕の立つ冒険者という、お前の力を貸してほしい。
You know, I would like to, as such, I would like to request the aid of a skilled adventurer such as yourself.
ありがたい。恩に着る。
Yeah. My thanks, please be careful.
詳細は担当者から聞くといい。タムタラの墓所の前で待機させている。よ。
Yeah, so he's just sending you off to another dungeon.
クリスタルの導きがあらんことを。
Oh, okay. She's actually calling out the whole crystal thing. Crystal no michibiki aran koto. This is like the actual saying. What do they do this? Like, do they actually faithfully translate? May you walk in may you walk in the light of the crystal, or may the crystal guide you? It'd be pretty hard to fuck that one up, but I kind of don't have any, you know, faith. May you walk in the light of the crystal? Yeah, that's fine then. I mean, it would be better if it's... May the crystal guide you and keep you? Oh, no. No, no, no. No, no, no. Guide you and keep you is... And keep you is an overstep. And keep you is definitely an overstep. Like, I get it. It's not... That one's not complete... It's not, like, so egregious that I would be like, oh, you know, how dare you? But it's definitely, like... It's definitely not completely accurate. I wouldn't have vouched for that. And, yeah, they do say, may you walk in the light of the crystal in other cases. It should be a saying, is the thing. Like, people have said that exact set phrase multiple times now. It is... Like, you should establish it as a saying. Not have it be different. Depending on the person, right? You know, it's like, yeah, crystals like guide you, or something along those lines. But it's like if, I don't know, it's like if you were to translate God bless in completely different ways each time, right? Like, everybody, whenever most people... You know, people don't really say it that much now anymore because, like, you know, Christianity is sort of on the downturn. But, you know, it used to be a lot more common that people just saying, oh, God bless you, as a general, like, farewell. It's just a formalized set phrase, right? Like, you don't really deviate from that. That's what the phrase is. It's God bless you. You know, it's not like people wouldn't say like, oh, God bless you, or, you know, may God bless you, or may you receive the blessing of God. You know, people didn't put their own little twist on it, really. It's just, oh, God bless you, sir.
マクフラリー様ですね。この度のご助力、心より感謝いたします。
Yeah. You're... McFlurry. I really did just get... The thing is that I say that I got stuck with a meme name, but it's a fucking banger name. Like, as far as MMO names go, Oreo McFlurry is fucking godlike. Actually, different cultures have different ways of saying it due to varying cultures. Koji, probably? yeah, they say, you know, may you walk in the light of the crystal. Like, if it's... If we bring that down, there's still another moon. And I thought, but bringing down a moon, that's going to wreak havoc on the tides. I don't think he actually thought that part through. Koji, in response to Yoshi P saying to bring down the moon. Oh my, what a fucking dickhead. That's such a dickhead thing to say. Like, so he is just talking shit. Like... But the thing is that he doesn't have any room to talk because whenever they gave him the opportunity to put stuff into the game, it's bad. Like, he can't throw shade on other people's world building when his version of world building is just dick jokes, bad British, and a terrible dragon language. Like, you don't get to say like, oh, actually bringing down a moon would fuck up the tide. When, no, it wouldn't actually. Like, it doesn't even make sense with the setting. Like, even if we were to engage with that regularly, and this is a complete side tangent, but even if we were to engage with that, the planet it's Heidelin, right? The world does not abide by those rules. We're in a mythological high fantasy world that does not operate on that sort of rule set. I wouldn't be surprised if the tides and stuff are just not even influenced at all by the moon or anything like that. Right? It's the thing that matters is the balance of light and darkness and blah blah blah. He's doing the classic thing. People do this all the time. It's so annoying when people do this in like tabletop RPGs and stuff, where they assume a bunch of shit and they don't actually extrapolate from the basis that the setting is established upon. Right? Yeah, 1.0 was... Yeah, Yoshi P, like, yoinked a game that was kind of falling into the ground from somebody else and needed a reset button. And, yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that if the game continued under the original leadership, it would have followed its original setting. And... But I do think that in terms of creating a good game, what Yoshi P managed to do with Final Fantasy XIV is pretty fucking miraculous. Like, he was given a pretty much impossible job. And has managed to turn it around. 1.0 was fine outside of server-side UI. That is controversial. I don't know. I can't actually say anything one way or the other, because I didn't actually play it. I didn't play it, I don't know the story of it, so I'm not, like, if you say it's better, I'll take that as a data point, but I don't, yeah. I don't know. I'm assuming the game had to have had something good going for it, for people to be willing to sit it out to the very end, right? For people being willing to sit it out to the very end when it's going to, like, when it basically just got pulled out from under them, you know, there had to have been something special going on. And here he's, yeah, so this guy getting back into the actual game, he's saying, like, thank you very much, you know, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for this help. I know it's a spicy take, but I have a dumb tattoo on my character saying I had a spicy opinion to say stuff. Yeah. No, I mean, I think that's really cool. I can't say anything about it, you know, like, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm going to say, like, you know, 1.0 was worse and they exclusively made it better. But I will say as well, though, that a lot of the people who are going to be judging the story and the world building of Final Fantasy XIV are doing so through a lens of pretty much intentional deception, right? Like, people don't really know what the actual story of most of the game is, because so much stuff gets translated backwards or just completely omitted that the world building is just not clear, right? Like the thing with the Echo, like being, like, Koero Chihara versus the Echo, right? Like, you know, none of that world building actually made it through into the English.
それでは今回の依頼についてご説明します。あなた様にお願いしたいのは最後の軍民というカルト教団の動画です。最後の軍民。
Like, the last swarm, the last gathering. Oh, like... So, I get what they mean here. Like, the last gathering, right? Like, those who will remain at the end, or something like that, right?
最後の軍民は第6世紀末期に生まれた終末思想を掲げる集団です。
Yeah, the last gathering is a group of people that was born at the end of the 6th star calendar and advocates apocalyptic ideology.
彼らは第7霊祭を引き起こした衛星ダラガブを救世神と崇め、その降臨による世界の救済を信じておりました。
Yeah, they worship the satellite Dalagab that causes heaven's spiritual calamity as a savior god and believe that the world would be saved by its arrival.
しかし、カルテノーの戦いの最中、ダラガブは砕け散ってしまった。
However, during the Battle of Cartanu, Dalagab was shattered. Yeah. Or shattered. Like, you... Oh, they misspelled Dalamud there? Yeah, it was weird. Like, there's a weird typo there where it says Dalagabu in the bottom. Like, look in the bottom left. It says Dalagabu instead of Dalamud. Well, the thing is that it doesn't say Taragab. It's the if you notice there, the OCR is reading here. Let me just. It isn't getting the little 1010 next to the ta there. Here, actually, do I have like just? Here, let me make a little text thing, because this is kind of important for any time this sort of shit happens, right? Like. It's reading it as that, right? Ta. What it actually is da. Notice the difference. Notice how one has got the two little things next to it. That's so for Japanese, when you've got like the base, you got your base letters and then you've got modified letters, right? So tachitsu te to, right? So like ta with those two things becomes da. To with those two would become do. Right? It's changing the way that it's voiced. Sa becomes, ga. Or ka becomes ga. Sa becomes za. God, man, I'm speaking backwards now. But since the two little marks there above the characters are so small, the OCR is fucking up on reading it, right? It's not seeing ta, it's not seeing da, it's seeing ta, right? It's just basically not even seeing those two little marks. So there's been a lot of times here where it's really struggling on katakana. Yeah, it changes the consonant. Yeah, I mean, honestly, even just learning hiragana and katakana is very nice for just being able to, like, at least, read names and stuff like that. Helps out a lot. And it's pretty quick to be able to learn just hiragana, katakana. That should only take you, like, a day or two. Just do a day or two of flashcards and you're good.
それを知った最後の軍民は救世神降臨を人々が邪魔したのだとしてあろうことかその復讐に乗り出したのです。
Okay, when the gathering of the last found out about this, they thought that people had interfered with the coming of this salvation and are setting out to take revenge. They're setting out to fix it.
この墓所に侵入したという者たちもよからぬことを企てているに違いありません。
よからぬこと。God, よからぬ。よからない。You will never learn Japanese. Hold up. I've got something for that. Where is it? I shouldn't be wasting time with this, but it's a very funny bit. Ah, never mind. I was gonna pull up the picture of there are more kanji in the Japanese language than there are stars in the sky.
どうかタムタラの墓所を探索し、最後の軍民の野望をくじいてください。
Last horde.
この通り、よろしくお願い申し上げます。
Yeah, please explore to follow the ambitions of the last swarm. Thank you for your continued support. Like, this, I would go, like, the swarm of the end. Or, like, you know, the gathering of the end. Learning Japanese is fine if you want to earn money from it, but not for reading entertainment. Oh, what, they're being like, actually, the things, you know, like, there's no issues with any translation at all. There's nothing wrong with it whatsoever. But, like, the thing is that it really just is the case that since it is not a respected profession, since, right, Japan doesn't put in that much money for it in the first place, like, that's on them. If they wanted better translations, they would have to hunt out people who are much better. But, you know, they don't do the legwork of vetting people to make sure that they're doing what they say that they're doing. And their English level isn't high enough to tell when people are doing terrible fucking jobs. That's on them. But then the people who get into translation, since it's such a shit job, the people who get into it have ulterior motives. And I don't mean, oh, they're politically motivated to make things worse, to further an agenda. Like, sometimes people do that. You know, sometimes people definitely do go like, ooh, I don't like that. That makes me uncomfortable. I'll change it. That happens. But for the most part, it's usually shit like this, where it's just like, you know, somebody who's just going to use somebody else's work as a stepping stone for their own, you know, ego boosting and their own creative writing and shit like that. Yeah, honestly, the reason why I started learning Japanese the first point was for fighting games, right? Like, I'm less huge into fighting games now because there really isn't like a game that I super love right now. But, you know, I wanted to be able to talk to, like, pro Japanese fighting game players and, you know, get strategy advice from them and stuff like that if I went to, like, tournaments and things like that. That was one of my big reasons, and then I just started learning it, and I was like, ooh, I like all this, like, all the Japanese history stuff is fun. I really like Japanese folklore. That's a lot of fun. And, you know, I definitely should have been putting in more study time than I have been putting in. I've definitely gotten, like, in recent years, I've definitely got complacent. Especially since my primary source of practice is just watching streams. Right? So it's pretty much just all listening, and it's usually, like, fairly normal vocabulary. You know, it's fairly, like, normal dialogue. It's not really anything particularly, like, in-depth or super complicated. So wait, let's see. Can I actually do, like, a decently sized pull here without getting everybody killed? Or is this going to actually be the limit? Yeah, let's try. But yeah, like, I wanted to be able to talk to, like, okay, yeah, they're not showing up. They're not showing up to help. This is gonna be the limit. But having actual AoE is pretty nice. But, like, just going through the, you know, going through, like, the people that I was in classes with, right? In college. I would say, like, you know, 1 out of 20 had a reasonable goal or reason for learning Japanese. Like, 1 out of fucking 20. You know, like, and I talked with people who were straight up the sort of motherfuckers who are definitely working in the translation industry right now and fucking stuff up. Like, there was one girl in one of my classes who specifically was like, oh, I hate fan subs for shonen anime and stuff because they always make the main character swear. You know, like, and it's like, it's a kid's show. They shouldn't be, like, Goku shouldn't be calling somebody a bastard. Or, like, Luffy shouldn't be calling somebody a bastard. It's like, what are you, I'm sorry, what are you fucking going to translate? Like, I asked him, like, so, what would you translate, like, you know, Soyaro, or, like, Tsukusho, Teme, you know, any of those sort of things. Like, what would you translate that to without swearing? And she was like, oh, I would translate, like, Temega, to, like, oh, you rapscallion. I just kind of looked at her like, is this bitch crazy? Like, yeah, she was like, Kisama to, like, oh, you blackguard. I'm like, is this bitch crazy? You out of your goddamn mind? Literally all because she's like, oh, it's a kid's show, they shouldn't be swearing. Like, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. That's not how it works. I can probably go a little bit harder than this. But it is, like, genuinely insane. But yeah, that was like her big thing with fan translation, for why fan translations were bad. Was because they don't match the age appropriateness. And the issue is that it's just that, like, you know, the things that Japan considers age appropriate are different. And as such, you know, you would just kind of like change the target demographic. Yeah, I mean, that's, you know, like, the whole Jelly Donuts thing, of course, is an example, but it's like, you know, like, Kimetsu no Yaiba, right? Demon Slayer. Demon Slayer is a kid's show. Right? Like, most, like, it is a kid's show. That is for, like, children to teens. And it has greater mass appeal as well, but it is a kid's show. Like, there, you know, nobody would really have anything wrong with, like, a 10-year-old watching, you know, probably. Like, maybe, like, 10, 11, watching, like, Demon Slayer. Like, I was talking to, I was at this Mahjong parlor. Up in LA. You know, because we all got into Jong. So I wanted to go play in person. And the dude who was, like, the dude running the place showed me this this Mahjong set that was using like a simplified Mahjong set that Jump put out, using a bunch of you know, Demon Slayer characters. He's like, oh yeah, this is like super popular for the kids who are like too young to understand the complicated rules of Mahjong. Right? So they, like, it's a kid-friendly version of the board game using Demon Slayer characters. People get their, like, fucking heads cut off with blood and shit showing in that show. Right? But for Japan, they're totally fine with that. That's like, yeah, sure. That's fine. So it's just that, you know, the difference in what is considered profanity, or what is considered, you know, age appropriate, what's considered profanity, what's considered, you know, sensitive information or whatever, it's different. Yeah, they're not going to, like, you know, all that sort of stuff, not quite as much for, like, smoking and stuff like that. Well, meh, kind of. Like, you know, Sanjay and stuff, like, smokes. Yeah, it's... But that also actually comes up in this game, too. Where there's a good amount of times here, like I probably shouldn't actually say the person's name because, you know, like, spoilers technically. But there is a character who shows up later who speaks in a ridiculously rough manner. Where he should be dropping F-bombs all the time. Right? Like, the dude should absolutely be just going off. Like, every time he talks, you're like, this is the most angry man who has ever lived. This guy is so fucking pissed at all times. You know, it's kind of like, him being on screen kind of reminds me of, Adrian Brody's character from the Grand Budapest Hotel. You know, where you've got all of these, like, you know, characters are speaking very... like, in very polite language and formally and saying, like, ah, yes, please, come to the, you know, to the hotel, please. And then Adrian Brody's character just rocks in and goes, holy fuck. What's the meaning of this shit? Right? And nobody else in the entire movie talks like that. And so the second he opens his mouth, it's hilarious, because just nobody else talks like that. You know, and it's like, it's a Wes Anderson movie, so it's like the idea of Wes Anderson having one of his favorite actors talking this, in this, like, super gruff manner that doesn't fit the movie at all. It's funny. And in, you know, in this game it's not really played for jokes, but it is equally jarring. Right? But the game has a T rating, and so they can't really drop... You know, they can't really be dropping F-bombs everywhere. But, like, you probably should to be able to correctly capture the emotions of the character. Right? Like, there definitely are lines where, you know, in English, if you want to capture the same level of emotion, you need to use swear words, pretty much. You know, you really can't... You really can't get, faithful translation for a lot of Japanese stuff without going into swears. Because in English, you know, if somebody is just absolutely screaming, you know, from the bottom of their heart, they're not just going to say, aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Right? But, you know, like with, the bit in Cartano where Robon is just screaming into the sky. In the English, he just has him say, damn it all to the 7 hells! Right? Which is nowhere near as severe as what he's actually saying. It doesn't at all match the severity. Like, not even close. Or, you know, like the aforementioned character, They translate him saying, like, is this a fucking joke? To him saying, I will suffer this farce no longer. Which, that's not even close. Oh shit! He's from the void!
地の復讐を求め、門を開いた愚者は貴様ではないようだな。まあ、良いわ。地の復讐を求め、門を開いた愚者は貴様ではないようだな。まあ。
He goes harder on the Battle of Cartano? Yeah. So, you know, in the English, they do a really stupid Metal Gear joke, right? They have him go, Mad Snake! Mad Snake! When in reality, he calls out, he says, Mad Dog. Mad Dog responds, Jax, Cloviso, answer me. And then he, you know, he yells out to the sky like, fuck, so, you know, god damn it, fuck, what the, you know, like, what the fuck is going on here? Right? Like, you really couldn't accurately translate it without some form of swear. Because he is screaming at the sky in frustration at losing these characters that he clearly cares about, which they also just didn't translate the names of those characters. They just didn't put them into the... They just didn't put the names of the characters into the English. They just kind of erased them entirely. And the JPVA reflects it, where he's... Like, Raubon is screaming at the sky, right? In just pure frustration and sadness. Right? Like, he is... You know, he has no idea what the hell is going on, and he's losing people left and right. And the reason why he's screaming is clearly because he's like, you know, he's calling out to these characters by name. Right? He cares about them. Yeah, he genuinely cares about his men, or like these characters at the very least. Yeah, and that's the cornerstone of his character, is that he cannot stand to lose people. And they got rid of that to make a Metal Gear joke? Like to say, Mad Snake? Which, literally, I think the only reason they did it is because they, like, you know, used the link shell by putting their fingers up to their ear. Which, that might be like a, sort of an illusion, like a little head nod to, like, yeah, this communication system that we're using is pretty similar to, like a codec. Maybe. You know, like a visual illusion, but it's definitely not a fucking joke. And they definitely treated it like a joke. Considering that they literally changed the company, like the call sign, just to make the joke. Yeah, he loves putting puns in, or like, well, he likes putting puns and like dirty jokes into serious moments, or just straight up like adding jokes into. Anytime the script gets too emotional, right? Like it's very consistent. Is that anytime the script gets too emotional, anytime it gets too sappy, right? He throws something in to like subvert it, right? It very much feels like it's just emotionally immature. It feels like a kid who gets uncomfortable watching a kissing scene in a movie, right? You know, like a little kid like breaking up their parents because they're about to kiss and they go, no, 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 you, right? Because they're embarrassed by it. It feels like that. Because it's so consistently that whenever a character is being like affectionate or tender, right? Like, anytime there's just, like, a genuine heart-to-heart conversation between two characters. You know, like, somebody is expressing love to somebody else. Somebody is expressing, like, a paternal affection to somebody else. That gets just completely wiped away and replaced with a joke. Like, you're back. Looks like you successfully completed your request. Yeah. Yeah, it's literally the same dialogue as when you clear Satasha. It's just like, yeah, wow, you're crazy, amazing warrior of light. Yeah, also, would also like to offer his thanks. Thank you so much for your work. Yeah. In the Adventurers Guild, rumors about you are spreading too. You know, like, rumors about you, like a super talented adventurer showing up, are spreading. And as well, actually, recently, requests being made to the Adventurers Guild are, like, suddenly on the rise. Don't look. Yeah, wrong. Along with this, number of incidents involving adventurers is also on the rise. Please, take a look at this. Or look over there. Yeah. Avir, our leader is dead. It's all your fault. You were too late with the heals.
そんな。あれは突然出てきた魔物の群れにアビールが走って行っちゃって。
Well, no, it's like Will went off on his own and ran into a huge group of monsters.
彼、焦ってたから、もっと頑張らなきゃって。
Yeah, he was... Yeah, he said that he was in a hurry, like, you know, that if he didn't try harder...
もうこりごりだ。俺はパーティーを抜けさせてもらう。二度と会うことはないだろう。
Oh yeah, it's these guys from the start. The dudes who were going into Satasha. Oh, korigori da. What is that term? Korigori. Yeah, he's saying like, I'm done with this. I'm leaving the party. Oh yeah, I'm fed up with this. Like, I'm sick of this. I'm gonna leave this party. We're never gonna meet again. Never seeing you guys again.
私もよ。前からあんたを嫌いだったのよ。いつもアビールにベタベタくっついてさ。
Oh, catfight. Me too. I hated your guts for a long time now. You were always sticking to Ariel. Ooh.
あとさ、大事に持ってるアビールの首。さっさと埋めなさいよ。気持ち悪い。
Oh, god damn. God damn. Yeah, why don't you go take your precious wheel and bury his fucking head? Ooh. Yeah, you make me sick. Right?
あ、二人ともそんな。
I was like, no, you guys, it's not like that.
ごめんね。アビール、
I'm sorry. Real, it's my fault, is what she's trying to say.
あのパーティーのような事例をこの数日だけで何件も目にしている。
Yeah, there's a lot of things have been happening recently, like what just happened to that party.
君のように有能な冒険者が現れてくれたことによって少しでも犠牲が減ることを願っているよ。
Yeah, I hope that somebody like you showing up will mean that incidents like that happen just a little bit less.
そんな君に頼みがある。全国冒険者ギルドの連絡網に情報が回ってきたんだ。
Yeah, I have something to ask of you. Information was recently distributed through the Adventurer Guild's contact network.
今度はウルダ派の冒険者ギルドで冒険者を募集しているらしい。君になら、いや君だから紹介できると思って、ね。
Oh, okay. 君になら、いや君だから。So what she's saying is, yeah, this time the Adventurers Guild sees you requesting adventures, and, you know, if it's you, actually because it's you, I figured you'd be able to handle it.
ぜひ、この依頼を受けてもらいたい。
Like nobody
よろし
but
く頼
you.
むよ。
Like, I want you to help me with this. I want you to accept this request.
仕事を受けてくれるのかい？ありがとう。感謝するよ。
Yeah, you're going to accept the job? Thank you. You know, like, I'm very
依
grateful.
頼主はウルダハヌ冒険者ギルドだ。クイックサンドの桃リさんから話を聞いてきてもらえるかな？
Yeah, so now they're just sending you off to all three of the cities to go do a dungeon, right? This time the client is the Old Adventurers Guild. If you go over and talk to Momori, you should be able to hear more about
危
it.
険な仕事かもしれないが、君ならきっとやり遂げると信じているよ。よろしく
Yeah,
頼んだよ。
this one's going to be dangerous, but I have my utmost faith in you. Please lend us your help. We haven't made much progress. There was a lot of, like, the political talk is very complicated, and I need to go back over the whole thing with Gaius. That, just like Doc was saying, like, that conversation alone is gonna add, like, 60 things to my fucking Anki deck. Just that is gonna add a shit ton. But I'm pretty sure it speeds up pretty quick after this. But I think I probably should call it here for this one for today. And do more on Sunday. Ooh, but if I'm gonna do that, then I should... Oh, actually, no, there's the inn right here. So I can get the rest of XP. How long per day am I studying right now? It depends. I'm kind of treating this as study time. So it's mostly that I'm mostly making the Anki decks. And just going over those for as long as that takes. Like, right now I'm in the ramp-up process, right? Like, at the time of, you know, starting this whole project, I really hadn't been doing much at all. So this is sort of to force me to kick my ass into gear. But, I mean, it's very hard to say because a lot of the time that I'm just, like, doing other stuff, I've got something on in Japanese in the background, like a stream or a VOD or something. You know, I listen, like, I follow along with a lot of, like, 3D art tutorials in Japanese and stuff like that, since that's one of my things that I'm doing. You know, like, so I've got weirdly specialized Japanese knowledge, I'll say. Like, you know, like there's a lot of weird art terminology that I know, there's a lot of weird, like, you know, fighting game adjacent terminology that I know. Things like that, right? But yeah, it's very hard for me to say how long per day I'm actually studying. The answer is not long enough. As is evidenced by the fact, like, how hard I was stumbling over just random basic shit today. But yeah, once you get out of... The thing is that the hardest stuff to parse really is, like, the highly specialized military jargon, right? And then once you get into, like, just normal conversations and the basic general plot, it gets much, much easier. But once we're getting into, like, you know, the war for success, like, the battle for succession in the Empire is primarily predicated upon, is just, okay, fuck off. Fuck right off. Or in Old Dawn the Star, where it's like, oh, you could make a killing by selling the, you know, the mining rights. It's like, why do I have Saikutsuken in my Anki deck? I'm never going to use that. I'm never going to use mining rights for anything. The military spy thing, that one I don't actually really know about. Like, the usage of Xa there is weird. I don't actually really know. I'm not 100% confident in that. That was Dax reading, and I'm probably gonna have to check with Michael on that, but that's... Like, shit like that is why even Michael was saying, like, fuck no, I'm not playing this game in Japanese, what, are you crazy? Which, you know, my brother, Michael, who is fully fluent in Japanese. Yeah, the meek shall inherit the earth, but not its mineral rights. Yeah, mining rights, that's a whole different thing. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me for right now, because I don't want to... You know, after I slammed the white monster, my comprehension speed definitely went up. This shit is the elixir of the gods. Did I hear the YouTube news with Michael? Oh, what, did he get monetization? You can apply for the thing now? Hey! Oh, YouTube Partner Program. Nice. Nice. Very comfy. Very comfy, fun times. But yeah. That'll do it for me. Thank you all for showing up. going through ARR, the thing is, I won't say that it's particularly more, like, super turbo engaging, but the way that the characters have been talking about the war with Garlemald is definitely presented more... There's a lot more nuance, and it is more interesting. Like, the ways that... Like, especially what Kane-sana was talking about. Her whole talk in the Japanese is pretty... It's subtle and pretty interesting. But ARR is still definitely slow, even with them cutting out a bunch of stuff. But once we get into, like, once we get through ARR, or get to the tail end of ARR, and then, like, get into Heavensward and Beyond, shit really starts to pick up. And that's really what I'm excited for, but I didn't want to just jump into Stormblood or something and have random gaps in my knowledge of the game's story. But yeah, it's gonna get definitely more interesting. But yeah, peace out, have a nice time, shoutouts to Simple Flips.